Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me.
Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Shift Let's Talk Gaming. It is a special Saturday edition because yesterday was my eldest daughter's 17th birthday. My girl out here in these streets, gonna be driving, all the fun stuff. So we spent the day with her. So today is the day, my friends. Today we are going to be talking about gaming. That's right. But of course, I am not alone. Tonight, we have the homie, our brother, our boy on Night Shift. You know him well. He is the wise one, the author, the patriot, the pony slayer, and the pony bontier maker. It's our boy, Hargeet Shadi. Shout out to our boy Hargeet. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, brother. How you doing, bro?
Yeah. Another week. Yeah, we missed yesterday. At least we got it. Like I think last week we didn't have a show, right? So yeah.
Last week we did not have a show.
Yeah.
No, last week was last week it was work. Yeah, last week was
So,
work,
hey,
and I
man,
couldn't.
it's been a couple of weeks. Here we are.
Yeah,
So-
here we are. We are back at it. That's right. It's good times, man. Guys, we have a fun show tonight. It's a look. This is a thing right now. First of all, right now, gaming is crazy, right? Like, if you're someone who enjoys playing games, there are so many games to choose from right now. It's really insane. Like, it's just insane. There's no other way to look at it. This week is one of the dopest weeks that, like, I can't even remember when, like the amount of high quality games that are dropping this week. Do you remember a week that was like this, where we have replaced a day one Game Pass game? Okay, we got Mouse PI for Hire, banger of a game, and Xbox Play Anywhere game, and then we have Pragmata that also dropped this week. And then there's more. Like, it's not just, those games. Like, there are let me see here. I think I have it here. There's another game called Dosa Divas? Is that a game? That sounds about right? I don't know if you guys heard about that.
Hades 2 came to
Hades 2 came to Game Pass
and Game Pass. Early access to Windrose. There's also Cthulhu came out.
Windrose, Cthulhu. Yeah, actually on Thursday we played. Thursday we did 6 games. 6. That's how many games were out there. We did 6 games on the show on We Doing It Live on Thursday night. It was insane. We played Replaced. We played Pragmata, the full game. We played Mouse PI for Hire, the full game, which was fire. We played Cthulhu, which I don't know if you know what that game is, but it's like a legit, like, detective type game. You know what I'm saying? Like a game where you're supposed to go and find details and piece all this shit together. It was a bit much for me personally to be able to figure out. Like it was a lot. But shout out to them for sending me a copy of the game. It was still cool to check out. I don't know if you heard of that game, Jotun Slayer, Hordes of Hell. Oh man,
No.
it's like a almost like a Vampire Survivors, but just high fidelity, and it uses like different gods, as opposed to just being a regular person. So like different gods are your upgrades and shit. And the biggest thing is that they had a brand new DLC, Conan the Barbarian. Remember him? So you could play as him, right? So that was really cool. So that was fire. What else did I? There was 6. What was the other one?
I don't know if you know about this one, but there's Opus Prism Peak, which is now the highest rated game of the year.
What? What is that?
I don't even know what the kind of genre is. It's a narrative adventure.
Narrative adventure.
Yeah, like Life is Strange or the Walking Dead games. Oh, interesting. Okay. So there you go.
That might be cool. How does it look though? Does it look chinky? Like
it's cartoony. It's not like real looking. It's cartoony.
Okay. That might be interesting. The other game I'm forgetting that I played was Samson, which also dropped this past week, which was have you seen anything on it?
No, I haven't checked it out at all. No.
It's actually pretty good, man. Like graphically it's really stunning. It's really a pretty looking game. It's a little janky, but like it's almost like the jank kind of plays into it a little bit because it's mostly like fist fighting and stuff when you're not driving in the streets. I like the kind of cadence of it. Kind of keeps you moving. It's pretty dope. But listen, we'll talk about this a little later in the show, just to kind of really highlight what's happening in gaming right now because it's so good, man. That being said, bro, like I feel like the excitement around Xbox for me is just at this all-time high, right? Like they just are hitting nonstop. We got Metroid 2039 that chose Xbox as the way to kind of be announced to the world, which we're gonna talk about because that shit looks really good. It's also an Xbox Play Anywhere game, which again, this is a huge game and is going to be Xbox Play Anywhere, which means when you're sitting there and you're saying to yourself, if I have a choice of where I want to buy this game, you're gonna play it there, right? You're gonna want to buy it on Xbox. It's stupid to not buy it there when you have it everywhere now at that point. So very, very cool. We're definitely going to talk about that. Also, Starfield dropped on PlayStation. And I guess at this point, it has to be a PlayStation problem, right? Like Bethesda, for whatever reason, they release a game over there. There's always problems with it. And I feel like it's just, it's just so difficult to make a game run well on that box. Is that what it is? Is it just PlayStation is just inadequate as a box? I don't know. We're definitely gonna talk about that, but it's funny that they waited all this time to get that game, and they got issues. All right, they got issues. Also, we have more from the homie Asha, Xbox's brand new CEO. We did talk about the Game Pass, conversation, which I want to have with our boy Hargi. He was not here for that conversation, so I want to get his words on that. And then there is some other words from her talking about, so more of like the direction of where things are going, and what state they're currently in and what they need to do to kind of, move forward the right way. So we will talk about that. Also, the homie Matt Booty got a nice little interview done by the official Xbox squad. Actually, Tina Amini was the one who did the interview, and it was Really well done. A lot of information came from there. A lot of cool little things that we're gonna dive in and talk about. So it's a pretty jam-packed show, man. We're gonna have some fun tonight for sure. But before we do any of that, you know how we do here, man. We got to shout out all of our homies who are live in the building with us, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us tonight. But of course, we also want to shout out our homies who support us over on Patreon and on YouTube members. You guys are the shit. We thank y'all very, very, very much for that support. That is the support that's helping us go to, you know, the summer games, you know, situation, the Xbox showcase, all that fun stuff. By the way, Hargy, that fucking other thing we got to figure out because it's not coming through the way I was hoping it would. But yes, we definitely have a lot of support here, and we appreciate all of you. We specifically want to go ahead and shout out our supporters who are our elite members. That's right. We have the homie Dark Angelic, Queen Witch, Broke Boy, and Pal Xbox for Life. Thank you guys so very much. And then, of course, we have our inner circle members, the homie Pragmatic Eagle, Hargy Chani, and Marvelous Marvin. Thank you guys so much for the support. We do have our March champions. That's right. The best bot of March was our boy, Malcolm Xlax. Most first super chats was from our boy, Mac22TH54. Biggest super chat was from our boy, Pragmatic Eagle. Most biggest super chats was actually a tie between Marvelous Marvin and Mac22TH54. The top 3 most gifted subs came from our boy, number 1, Spartan661, number 2, Broke Boy, and number 3, our homie, Ryu Art. And then the most subs gifted at once came from Spartan661. Shout out to all of you guys. Thank you so much for that support. It means a lot to us. It really does. That being said, listen, you guys right now, live in the building, you guys are supporting us in such a major way, man. And we appreciate each and every one of you guys for rocking out with us. You guys are all so very, very, very special to us. Of course, though, that can't be equal amongst you. You can't all be the same type of special. It's not possible. It's not a possibility. So let's be clear. There are some true specials among you. True, that might be a little harsh. A little more, I don't know, elite specials, the specials on the next level. That's right. 3 among you are the specials of the evening. How were you chosen? How did you become the specials of the evening? Well, I will tell you right now. When we went ahead and put on that on-point bat signal, you guys saw that shit and said, oh my God, they are going live. We need to be there immediately, and immediately you were. So the specials of the evening are the first 3 people who went ahead and walked into this door. That's right. The first 3 people in the building are the specials of the evening. And I'm going to tell you right now, the real question we need to know is, who are these people? Keith, do it.
Forgot it. Who?
Who indeed? Well, I will tell you, number 3 in the building is our boy, motherfucking Mac22TH54, live in the building. Shout out to Mac. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Appreciate you, homie. Look at him. He's not only making a run for the first super chats, he's also getting into this top 3. You never know, man. He could go ahead and end up multiple times on this bar down there. That's right. Listen, April's already halfway done, guys. April's already halfway over. We are making our way to find out who will be the April champs in just 2 short weeks from now. This is a big deal. Mac, he's getting in there. Now, shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, my dude. Number 2 in the building is our boy, motherfucking Be Nice. Shout out to our boy Be Nice in the building. Number 2 in the building. You're not messing around, man. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Appreciate you, my dude. You the man, homie. Thank you for rocking out with us. And then the best spot of the night. The number one special of the evening. That's right. It's our boy, motherfucking Ren. Shout out to Ren live in the building. Best spot of the night. He's not fucking around. He done did it. Number one for the evening. You are the man. Ren is the best spot of the night. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. But shout out to everybody else, man. We appreciate all of y'all for rocking out with us. All right. Let me go ahead and put Ren here. You know I gotta update this because I don't want to be unfair. Oh shit. Let me go ahead and get our boy Mac22TH54 in the building. He said, let me go ahead and make sure I get this motherfucking number one again. He's trying to defend his crown. Mac22, thank you, my brother, for that $2 super chat. Says again, blowing off Alex to be here. Well, when you say blowing off Alex, I'm just saying, in what way do you mean? Like, are you saying you're blowing off Alex? You know what? Let's not go. Let's just be glad you're here, Mac. Appreciate you, my dude. Thank you. You gotta use better words, okay? I'm just saying you put too many. You lucky Doodle's not here right now. All right. I'm just saying. Listen, I didn't write it. You did. Okay. I didn't write it. You did. And then, of course, shout out to our motherfucking homie RC Polygon for being a member for 11 months. Shout out RC, man. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, homie, for being here. Mac, those were your choice of words. All right. Let me update this banner. Oh, fucking A. That's hilarious. All right. Let me get this lined up over here. Oh my God, that was funny. Mac 22. I don't know. Oh, it's just so funny in my mind. I'm sorry. All right. Mac 22TH54. Beautiful. All right. Cool. Lovely. Done. Over. All right, great. All right. Let me. Rayora says, wow, doodle influence. Listen, this is the thing. We've been married for 20 years, dude. I feel like even when she's not here, I can hear how she would react, which just, makes it so that I have to go ahead and point things out. Okay, it's not my fault. All right, it's a connection that I can't change it. All right. That being said, before we hop into the show, I got to shout out to the homies who are live in the building with us right now, because you guys are the shit, and we appreciate you. I see the homie Red Ninja in the building. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for being here. Michelle Alexandria in the building. What's going on, man? Cage El Vampiro Borracho. I don't know if you want to keep that name, but I like it better than the Cunning Linguist. All right. So I'm sorry, but that's the only way I know you now. All right. Tool Man in the building. What's going on, player? I see you, homie. Appreciate you. G Maybe the OG. What's up, player? How you doing, man? Eric, what's going on, my dude? Sinastral J in the building. What did I say? I said Sinastral. Sinistral J, not Sinastral Dre. Sinistral Dre in the building. What's up, man? General Spartan, what's up, bro? Oh my God, Sinistral J says the Pony Slayer and the Mustard Murderer. Oh my God, goddamn mustard. Most disgusting thing ever. You know what's funny? I'm seeing a lot of mustard out in these streets. Like, oh God damn it, Harky, why? I've seen people name mustard like that's just their name. Like their name is mustard, which is wild to me. I don't know who would why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? It's a horrible situation to be involved in. But listen, it is what it is, man. Shout out to General Spartan. Says I was gonna go back to watching WrestleMania, but since y'all are live, let's go. Yo, General, appreciate you, bro. Thank you, my dude. Wade Johnson in the building says love replace. Yes, bro. I can't gush about this game enough. Like, listen, they sent me a copy of the game, okay? But obviously, it was going to be in Game Pass anyway, okay? And, they sent it to me, but I was at that home show and I could only get so much time in. But, like, it truly is a game that was 100% worth waiting for. Like, they did not take that time lightly. They went ahead and executed this game with such precision. It is so good, man. So good. Like, honestly, the visuals are so captivating that I literally forget that this is a 2D, HD 2.5D game, whatever. Dude, it's so fucking good, man. It's so good. If you haven't played it, fucking play it, bro. If you don't got Game Pass, buy that bitch. Buy the game. Or just get Game Pass to play it. Whatever you got to do to get your hands on this game, you have to experience it because it is quite literally an amazing game, bro. Amazing. I can't get enough of it. So, Wade Johnson, I feel you, bro. Outward Lyric in the building. What's up, homie? I see you, player. Fillmore Pockets. What's going on, my dude? Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you. Outward says, I'm definitely going to buy Mouse PI for hire very soon. I thought it was going to be 40 or 50, but I'm so happy that it's only 30. Yeah, listen, that game is also very dope. We just played it live on Thursday for, my raw first impressions, and it delivers, man. It delivers. It's just a fun game. It's beautiful. Voice acting is really well done. It's, tongue in cheek. Like they know it's a video game, right? They put little things up on the walls to let you know that, this is just a normal wall right here. Let you know you could blow it up. Like, this is cute little things they do. It's the animation work is insane. It's definitely going to be like, once I finish Replace and put that review up, I'm definitely going to hop into Mouse PI, full force. So definitely a great game as well. Shout out to that team. Playside killing it. I see Malcolm XX in the building. What's going on, my dude? Thank you for being here, bro. Boss Bronze in the building. Yo, Fortnite single player is free to play. Good time. Finally, I cannot wait. Doodle and I are going to play because we need to get achievements. Yo, how can we have so much time in the game and 0 achievements? It's crazy. It's crazy. But hopefully we'll be able to bang that out and get some achievements so it doesn't look crazy the amount of hours we have on goddamn Fortnite. All right, let me see. Boop, boo, doo, boop, boo, doo, boop, boo, doo, doo. Ooh, RC Polygon's in the business. What's up, man? Says, with everyone begging for exclusives to come back, they don't take in account of the knockdown effects if Xbox does exclusives. Like teams get gutted, then lower game budgets, and being studio closures. I mean, that is fundamentally the fear, right? It doesn't have to be a big announcement from Xbox for us to see the effects, right? Like, even if let's just assume that they eat the cost and don't close down the studio or fire people or anything like that. The other part is the scariest part for me, where it's like, now we're cutting corners, right? Now we don't need to push so hard on not the gameplay, but like how it looks, and maybe some features get cut because they don't want to invest too much on it. Again, it's the PlayStation syndrome, right? Where literally all PlayStation 5 is a repeat of PlayStation 4 tech, right? Just with the buffer of bumping it to 4K or whatever, right? I don't know. For me, that's a big fear. Do you have that kind of concern, Hargi? If that were the case, do you think this is a legitimate, concern?
Well, so if you look at some of the numbers, I don't know if they're true, right? From Alinea Analytics, the amount of sales they got for these games was actually kind of abysmal. So is it really putting that much onto the bottom line of these studios? No, not really. Now, if if those numbers are off, And that's a totally different story, right? But so far, what we understand outside of Forza Horizon 5, maybe a little bit of Sea of Thieves, the rest of them did like terribly. Like a total of like 30 million in revenue for all of them. So that's just not a lot. And you look at that and you're like,
hold on, are you sure? Because
what would be the value of that?
I thought it was 320 million.
No.
So it was like 400 something million when they added up all of the different games.
Forza, if you take out Forza and you take out Sea of Thieves, those are the only games that sold. The rest of it, you take like say, I think it did decently well, which is Gears Reloaded. Supposedly, again, this is all supposedly, did about 700,000, 600,000 copies in sales. That's decent, but again, it's a cheaper game. So that isn't, again, it's not a lot of money. And if you look at the rest of them, they sold, like, I think there was one that was like 240, another was 240, Starfield was like 140, somewhere down, like, I think South of Midnight was 16,000, right? It's like, and if you add all that up, it's under 1 million total unit sales. And some of these games are cheaper, some of these games are full price. You like average it out, it's like $30 million total revenue. And you're like, well, for all those games, you get 30 million bucks. And then there's Forza Horizon 5, fair enough, right? Forza Horizon 5 sold. And then Sea of Thieves was a little over a million, maybe even 2, right? So that was decent. That's a good amount, I guess. But again, that's also a cheaper game. So even with that, and I'm not going to throw away. So let's say they sell 2 million copies and make, let's say $25 a copy, something like that, right? Because they have to give a cut to Sony, right? So you're looking at 50-ish million. Okay, that's reasonable, right? That's reasonable. That's a good amount of money for a game. But if you take 30 million for like 6 or 7 games, like, okay, is that really worth it? Like, you take South of Midnight, 16,000 copies. I don't think it broke even. Like, bringing the port over costs more than just even getting the money back from those sales. So realistically, did that help the studio? No. Did the other ones help? Maybe it's like an incremental revenue of like $1 million or $2 million, but like, is that make or break at a company that's worth trillions? Is that make or break? If that's make or break, then something is just totally wrong, right? So I don't know. I don't know that it really did make that much of it. Now, Forza Horizon 5, you could say, yeah, that's cool. Forza Horizon 6, we'll see how that works out, right? Sea of Thieves, again, a couple million copies. Okay, cool. Yeah, right, whatever. I don't know. I'll just be honest. I don't know, right? So if it was like, each game sold 5-10 million copies, okay, yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. If games were selling in the millions of copies, sure. South of Midnight sold like 500,000 to 1 million copies, sure, absolutely, that's great. But they didn't, right? You look at Pentiment, did that sell? No, it didn't sell. A Hi-Fi, no, it didn't really. So you look at all the numbers, and I'm like, and again, take it with a grain of salt, because this is Alinea. They don't have exact numbers. They have very good guesstimates, right? And so if you take them for what they are and say, okay, well, that's all you sold? Really? That's it? And it really just doesn't seem to add up. So you then have to ask, okay, what kind of games would resonate where it's worth it, where it's worth putting them over there? Certainly Forza did well. Sea of Thieves, but why would Sea of Thieves do well? I don't know. So like they have to figure out that formula, right? And you figure Starfield would do really well. It's not like blowing it up over there. So
but Starfield, is that, I mean, keep in mind that Starfield was the #1 most pre-ordered game, and Soros was like 4 games behind that, right? Or 3 games behind that. So
and then when it came out, it was number 18 in playing games. So that's why the pre-order numbers don't mean shit.
But that's what I'm saying. But the pre-order number is showing you how many people are pre-ordering it before it comes out, and that number was low. So is that a Starfield scenario, or is that a scenario?
I wouldn't put it on the game. I would just say that there are like games that there's an expectation that PlayStation would just buy games, right? PlayStation players just buy games. Yes, they buy the games that everybody else buys. So the games that were above it, NBA, Call of Duty, all the games you expect, all those games, the games you expect, it's the same ones. It's always the same ones. They're the ones that they keep buying. Okay, that's great. But then what does that mean for Xbox if they're going to put games on your platform? So the one that did well, Forza Horizon, that's like the anomaly. And unfortunately, that's what it is. We don't know what else would sell. So that's up to them to figure out, right? So the idea that would somehow kill the studios, it didn't make enough to actually be worth it to me. Like $30 million on 6, 7, 8 games. Come on, that's like a joke. Like that's not much at all. So I don't know, man. Like, so If I had to say, if that was where they are, they're in really dire straits. If $30 million was the end all be all, when they make $5+ billion in just Game Pass revenue, it's like, dude, come on, that's just not hurting. So I don't know. For me, it's not. If they keep putting him there, I don't care. But if they don't put him there, is that going to kill those studios? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that. So I don't know. I still think there's applicability of certain games going to other platforms. Like I think Killing would be fantastic on Switch. Up to them to make that port. Maybe it's not worth it to them. I don't know. I think it is coming out to PlayStation, right? Day and date. But I don't know if Killing is coming to Switch. I think Switch would kill it there. I think it's a great idea, but that's up to them.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if Kill's coming. I don't know if Kill's coming to PlayStation day and date.
Let me check that. I thought
I'm not quite sure. So this is the thing. I think maybe the numbers might be a little skewed because even if you use PS5.
Yep, PS5 is in there.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember if it was just coming the same day or after. So like how much is Starfield on PlayStation? $50?
Either 40 or 50, something like that.
I think it's $50.
It's cheaper, I think, because there's like the version that comes with all the DLC that's more expensive. But
yeah, there's 50 and then 60. I think 50 is the base, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, for Starfield alone, it did gross 7 mil roughly based off of these numbers, and then you take the 30% cut, and you're at $4.9 million, right? Extra for a game, and it's just brand new, right? Obviously, Bethesda's games have long tails, right? They sit there, and people will play it more and more and more over time as they keep, growing. But they also have numbers for like Outer Worlds 2. Like Outer Worlds 2 did 160K in,
which again isn't much.
No,
right?
I mean, it's not a lot, but it's still like 160,000 people who played this game, right? So like, it's just, I think the biggest thing is that, yes, you can look at it and be like, hold on, we just flipped the switch and how come they're not flocking? Well, you haven't built anything yet, right? Like as far as that community, they don't follow this, right? They don't know that your Xbox bring a game to PlayStation. You're just bringing the game over, and people over there are just looking and seeing. And the thing is that over time, some of these games that are IPs like South of Midnight go from one location to now all of a sudden it's there. Well, maybe there'll be I don't think they're making a South Midnight 2. So I guess that might be a bad example because you're not going to build on that. It's going to be a brand new game. But like, if you got another game that's going out there that eventually, like a Vow, right? I heard they're making a sequel to a Vow. Mm-hmm. Is that right? So like Avowed now being everywhere, if you make a sequel for that and it goes everywhere, well, now there's a place where you build more, right? Where now all of a sudden people remember there was a part 1 and now there's a part 2. And remember, you're also running into the same exact thing that we have to be, real about, which is you're bringing old games over, right? In a time where there's
Outer
a lot
Worlds
of
2
new
is not
games.
old. Outer Worlds 2 is day and date.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 1 was everywhere to begin with. So if Outer Worlds 2 didn't capture anybody, that was already from the first one. But I'm just talking about like South of Midnight, some of these smaller games that are coming out after the fact into a busy launch window, right? Like there's games coming out that are, pretty big on a constant basis nowadays. If you don't take that time to launch day and date, you're gonna get less, right? That's just what it is. There has to be a hype around the game, and if you're not going to do that on a second wind, right? Same thing with Starfield. I mean, let's just call it what it is. It's been 3 years. People have already heard about Starfield for years. If they wanted it badly, they would have went to PC or they would have went to Xbox. They would have done something else. The fact that it's coming years later does change the scope of it. We talk about it all the time with PlayStation, right? Their games go to PC or whatever, and they don't do that great, right? They come out and it's just not that big of a deal in general, because they're later, right? for games to be impactful, they have to have that moment, that one concentrated moment where everyone's shining the light on this one game. You go, even if there's no hype, the reviews for that game at the time that it's first dropping can all kind of play into it. After the fact, years old games, it's just a different ball game. But either way, I think what you're saying is right, because they're already not selling crazy to begin with. So how would that create a scenario where things would get lost? In theory, that might be the case. The problem is you don't know internally how they're looking at this stuff. And they're like, listen, it's one thing if the game comes out and it's reviewed well, like it's a competent game, you made a great game. It's one thing if we release it everywhere and it doesn't sell a lot versus we keep it here and never know what it would have done, right? And I think that that's a very different situation because you don't know what's gonna be a big hit or a sleeper hit that people will love or, you know, really kind of take and really absorb it, right? You just don't know until you do it. So I don't know. That's we're gonna get into that probably a little later when we get into the actual Game Pass topic and Matt Booty and some of that other stuff going on. Maybe we'll revisit that idea to see. It's a big conversation for sure. And a lot of people are in the feels about it. So we'll see. We'll talk about it for sure. We do have Michael Yu in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you. It says, hi guys. When Rockstar got hacked, we got GTA Online revenue numbers on Series X and S versus PS5 on a per person basis. Xbox users outspent PlayStation users by 28%. On Xbox One versus PS4, Xbox outspent PS users by 74%. I mean, those are big numbers, man. But we already kind of know, right, that the typical Xbox player is spending more money, right? Because if you just look at how much money Xbox makes versus how much PlayStation makes in the quarter or whatever, you know, they have over double the install base and they're not making double the money, right? They're not making double the money. Xbox is not that far off from them, right? So it's definitely there, right? You already know that Xbox players just spend more in general than PlayStation players. Kind of is what it is. Of course, I see Ryu Art in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you. Junta Masters. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you. Sinceres, what's going on, player? Thank you for rocking out with us. Where am I? So Max says, C-Money, you're done with Crimson Desert already? Nah, that's my that's what I'm kind of dubbing my long-term game. It's like my forever game, right? It's gonna be a game that I'm just playing, I'm just gonna be living in that world every chance I kind of get. So anytime I'm not doing a review or I'm not, doing something like that, then I'm just gonna go back and play. I literally was just playing a little bit earlier today. I had a few moments. I was like, you know what? Let me hop in. And it's just a game that I'm so captivated by. I honestly just really love that world and that vibe they created. It's so dope, man. It's so dope. But that game is so big, right? Like it's too big to like try to focus on. I just can't. It's different if I was doing like a review for it. Then obviously I would have just done that. But the reason I was so hyped for it and why I bought the collector's edition, which is right here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but the reason I did that is because I knew I was going to love that world. I knew I was going to love the gameplay. I knew I was going to love everything about it, and I really truly do. So like I don't have a like, oh my god, I need to beat it. I just want to live in that world. I just, if I have a few moments to just get on my horse and ride in the rain and kill some bad guys and just see what else I could find in the world, like that's what I'm gonna do with it. It's just a phenomenal experience. Definitely love it, man. Outward Lyric says if exclusives come back, leaving money out of the equation, Xbox would absolutely be dog walking PlayStation. I mean, yes, with the amount of games that are coming out, for sure. I mean, there's no real doubt about that, right? But what is going to be the conversation? It's going to be the same one that it always was, right? Xbox has had more exclusives than PlayStation for a while now. This is not like a new thing, right? And what's going to happen is that the reviews are going to be overly harsh. They're going to do what they did to Starfield, right? There's a reason why Starfield, aside from, the timing, is not popping off, because it's still not getting those great reviews that it should, right? It's still in the same situation, right? When it got labeled that the first time out the gate, people already dismissed it and moved on. And that's what happens to Xbox games. The Xbox tax is real, bro. If it's exclusive, you're going to get that attack on it. It's just what happens, man. It's just what happens. It's ridiculous. But you're right. The amount of games they would have would be way better. Like, as far as like the output would be way more. Just what is that going to actually do? Nothing. Like, it's not going to change anything. The more people are not going to go buy an Xbox. It's not going to do anything. All it's just going to mean is less people are going to play the games. Just kind of is what it is. Look, the sad part, like you talked about it, Hargeet, like these games are not selling well, regardless of the situation, right? South of Midnight didn't like the World of Fire on Xbox, right? It wasn't some huge selling game. They didn't go crazy with sales on Xbox, and it was exclusive. What is the, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, no matter how you cut it, you're still looking at it the same way. Like, there's so many games that are available out in these streets. No matter how you cut it, the attention is split. And if it's a new IP, especially with a, not how can I say? I mean, look, it's a woman on the cover, right? Woman of color on the cover. Like, these are not the big ticket. Oh my God, let's go sell 10 million copies. Everybody's running out to buy it. It's not. It's more of a RT type game, right? It's for the core, right? It's for people who really love the craft of gaming, and they want to see all these different and unique experiences. And I love that shit. South of Midnight was one of my favorite games, or is one of my favorite games. I really, really love that game. It's just is not a big ticket seller. It was never gonna be. So, I mean, at this point, like, what are we hoping to have happen? Like, I don't know. I feel like there's just like this crazy idea that they think this time is gonna be different. It's not. It's not. Most people don't even know. They don't know. Most people don't know. Most people don't care. Again, I'm not talking about our little corner of YouTube and Twitter and shit like that. Okay. That is such a small portion of the amount of actual gamers that are out in the world. The vast majority of people don't care that the Xbox has an exclusive game or not. They don't. The only, and we said this before, but the most like realistic version of this is the only way they would ever get that type of attention is if they made Call of Duty exclusive, if they made Minecraft exclusive, if they fucking bought Fortnite and made that exclusive, if they bought Roblox and made that exclusive. Yes, you will have a group of people who are like, what the fuck happened? First of all, I don't know if that equals being bought. Like, I mean, people buying an Xbox or the internet trying to kill and destroy Microsoft. Okay. I don't know which one happens. But that is the only way you're going to have sway. That's the only way you're going to have sway. Fucking South of Midnight is not getting anybody to come over. Fucking Clockwork Revolution. No one. 10 out of 10, 20 out of 10. No one's going to go buy it. Maybe not no one. I'm being dramatic. Very few people will come over for a specific game. That ship has sailed. There's already exclusive games still on Xbox. Where are the console sales to go with it?
I mean, to your point, they had PUBG. That was exclusive. They had Roblox, console exclusive. I don't know if it made any difference. I don't know. These are just interesting things that you have to just deal with. It's like,
but that's why it's such a thing for me when I hear people talking about it, because I just can't help but wonder why they want Xbox to still play that same game. Let's call a spade a spade. Xbox in that world, in the console specific, hey, let me try to get you to buy my console game, was number 3. Nintendo, PlayStation. Those names, Nintendo, PlayStation, have won the fucking name recognition award. Okay. People know PlayStation when they think about gaming on a big boy console, they go buy PlayStation. If they have kids or they grew up with it, they go buy a Nintendo. That's the majority. That's just what it is. Xbox does not have that clout. They just don't. They don't. The core people love it. It's for us. It's for us. They exist for us to make us great hardware because they make the best hardware. To make us great games because they make the best games. To give us the best services because they have the best services. Again, people in the know will always choose an Xbox. There's just not that many people in the know. You know what I'm saying? It's what it is, bro. Like, let's call a spade a spade. The biggest ponies out there, for the most part, a lot of them have Xboxes, or at the very least, they have PC Game Pass. This is just what it is, because if they are in the know, they know that it makes sense for them to go ahead and have that. It's just what makes sense. There's really not much questioning it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just is. You got the homie One Punch Jedi. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. See Money. Does Halo, Gears, Forza, and Fable being on PlayStation hurt the brand or not? No. You know why? Because Halo, Gears, Forza, and Fable have been on Xbox for 20 plus years at this point. Okay. And outside of the 360 generation, that had nothing to do with anything other than the fact that they were number one out of the gate with a box that was easy to develop for. And they ushered in next gen a year before PlayStation, when PlayStation was $600 and Xbox was cheaper. That is the only moment that Xbox went ahead and went forward past PlayStation. It wasn't because of exclusives. It wasn't because of any of that shit. They were first, and PlayStation was $600. Okay. They had a lot of games, don't get me wrong, that people wanted to play. But if PlayStation had released at the same time, if PlayStation didn't have a difficult box to make games for, and if they were the same price as Xbox, you bet your ass that people would have moved from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 the way that they moved from PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5. It just is what it is, right? People who had Xbox 360s, they fucking went to PlayStation 4 after the generation swapped, right? This is what took place, okay? This is what happened. So, no, it does not hurt the brand, because the brand is no longer Halo, Gears, Forza, Fable. Like, let's call a spade, bro. I love Halo. I love Halo. If anybody should be fucking flipping tables about Halo, it would be me. It would be me. I have fucking, bro, just in my sight right here, in this one line of sight, just one direction, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just in this one direction right here in my one direction. Oh, 13. I have 13 figures of Master Chief in one form or another. Tiny, bigger, big statue, medium, other one there, helmet type figure there, plushie over there, big statue there. I got the clear fucking pop right there. I got the giant fucking Master Chief from Halo 4 when he was the realistic looking Master Chief standing on top of the Xbox 360, not the Xbox 360, the Xbox Series X with I have the Call of Duty wrap on it, and he's holding a gun right above it. And then aside from that, there's the Xbox, the Halo controller. There's the Halo fucking controller holder. I got a Master Chief sign right there. Oh, there's another fucking statue. And there's another little one. Okay, I lied. 14 statues. Again, just right fucking here, okay? So understand that if anybody would be losing their shit about Halo and Master Chief, it would be me. This is the reality. This is the reality. No one game defines anything anymore. Halo is not the most popular game on Xbox. Neither is Gears. Frankly, neither is Forza. And for goddamn sure is not Fable. You know what game's the most popular game on Xbox? Fucking Fortnite, fucking Call of Duty, fucking Minecraft. That is what the majority of the world sees if they own an Xbox. If they own an Xbox, that is what they're looking at. Everything else is made up bullshit. Everything else is emotional damage. You got the button for me? Hit it.
I do.
Emotional damage.
That is all you're seeing out in these streets. People who are so fucking butthurt that the precious games that were only on Xbox are now on this other system or going to this other system. Fam, I just had such an amazing week of gaming that had nothing to do with any of these games that listed there. Nobody gives a fuck, man. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. It's just this group of people who are so caught up. And again, I'm not holier than thou. I'm not pretending that I wasn't in the mud. I was. I get it. I understand the feeling. And if it was me who was still back there and I never adapted or changed and my mindset never kind of evolved from where I was, then I would be saying the same shit. But unfortunately, I did evolve from that moment. And I'm not full of shit. So I can't pretend that I'm so, whatever about it now. I can't pretend. I can't. I wasn't putting on an act before. And now I can't go and put an act now. I don't give a fuck. Right? Like, look, Hergy, he's been since before he didn't give a fuck. All right. When I was on this show screaming about exclusives, Hergy's like, I don't give a fuck. I just want to play my games. Well, I'm there. Okay. I don't give a fuck anymore. It just doesn't matter. Right? It just doesn't matter. And look, again, if I wanted to go ahead and be like, how can I get the most people in this fucking room right now? Then yes, I can go and scream about, oh my God, exclusives. Oh, Xbox, you better do it. Nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. If that stops you from wanting to come fucking hang out with us, then so be it, bro. Like, I can't pretend that I give a fuck anymore. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. So One Punch Jedi, I don't think it hurt the brand. I think the brand is honestly not really changing much of anything. I just don't think the brand fucking, like, none of these things are going to make the Xbox brand bigger than the Nintendo brand or bigger than the PlayStation brand. It's just not. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. And I'll go ahead because I see him here. He says, nah, it matters to those that want Xbox consoles to continue. No, I want Xbox consoles to continue. Microsoft doesn't give a fuck about that part of it. Like, they literally already came out and said, like, they're gonna keep making boxes because they want to always be there no matter what. Again, I just being honest, bro. Like, I know people are out here talking about it because they that's what they believe. I don't give a fuck about belief. All right. I understand business and I understand where Microsoft is with this. The same reason they keep making fucking Surface laptops when they have literally 3% of the market, 3% of the market with their Surface laptops. They have minimum 20, I think it was 27% or some shit the last time I looked it up, of the console market. If they stood in the game for laptops at 3%, they're gonna fucking stay in the game for Xbox. It just makes sense, bro. They're not gonna throw away money. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. And I know all these dudes with channels want to act like they're they're qualified and fit to run Xbox. And if they were them, they would go ahead and tell you exactly what it takes to go ahead and bring Xbox back. Motherfucker, where was Xbox? Xbox was always at number 3. Where the fuck are you bringing it back from? You put it right back where they were. You're putting them right back where they were. It's the same shit. You're just trying to make them become this isolated fucking box that is just for, like, you know, that, what's that shit where like there's a certain thing that, you know, people find cool until like everybody likes it, and then they don't think it's cool anymore. Like, it was only cool when it was small and just for them, right? But then when everybody got into it, then it's not for them. Fam, let's move past that shit, bro. Listen, I know what we talked about, that there's not a ton of people on the other boxes who are buying these games, right? So this is the thing. Think about this for a second. If there's not a ton of people who are buying them over there, what the fuck does it matter to you anyway? They're still not buying it, right? They're still not playing the fucking game. Just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't make no sense. But the point is that what you want Xbox to do is to never go ahead and have the possibility to gain traction in a way that's not held back by their brand, Xbox. And to be clear, in the battle that you want them to have, their brand, Xbox, is holding them back because PlayStation and Nintendo own that space. You know what I'm saying? As far as the name recognition, right? It just kind of is what it is. The numbers don't lie, right? Just, there's no other way around it. You got more than double the people who own a PlayStation over an Xbox. Nintendo Switches, I mean, yeah, they're in the second generation, but let's be real, they haven't really made shit that matter for the second generation. It's just Switch in general. They're going to keep selling regular Switches. People are still going to buy that shit. They kind of fucking own that shit. They just do. And I'm not, again, I know people will come and say that, oh, you just don't want them to fight. You don't want them to battle. I do want them to battle. I want them to battle with shit that matters to us. I don't want them to battle for shits that are in your feels. I want them to battle with amazing console. I want them to battle with amazing Game Pass subscription. And I want them to battle with amazing first party content that I get to enjoy. If they release a dope ass game and it blows up, and everybody's talking about it and it just fucking hits, am I gonna be pissed at that? No, I'm not. I'm just not. I'm not. And again, I'm sorry, like, you guys are all the homies. I don't want you guys to not rock out, but if the fact that I don't give a shit fucks with you guys like that, I understand, but I can't. It just don't make sense to me, man. It don't make sense. Putting your shit more places does, like, it helps. One Punch, he's back. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you being a part of the show. He says, I think if God of War and Spider-Man and Mario and Zelda was on Xbox, less people would buy a PlayStation and less would buy Nintendos. Why? Where would they buy? Just if you're a lifelong Nintendo player and you got the message that the next Mario will also be on a $800 PlayStation and a $600 or $700 Xbox, what are you gonna do? You're gonna say fuck this Switch? I'm gonna go buy another console.
I mean, it's an unfair comparison, but I would say yes, because like the graphical output capability of the Switch.
Well, assuming that Nintendo took advantage. Assuming they took advantage, yes. But how many people give a shit about that though? Not many, right? Not many. That's the problem. I care about it, but not many.
I'd want to play 60, right? And I don't know if they would perform at 60 or not. So yeah, I would, if available, I would definitely. If it was on PC, dude, that's how I play Tears, right? I played it on PC, and because it was 60. Yeah, I played with emulation. I own the game. It's not like I stole it or anything. I just wanted to play it at 60 frames, and it was available. I could do it on PC at 60. So, like if that was available, yeah, I would absolutely buy those games on an Xbox.
And I agree. I just think people who are ingrained in that they're not gonna. I don't think mom and dad who have a kid who they're trying to buy a Switch for is gonna be like, oh shit, Mario's now on PlayStation and on Xbox. Let me go buy my kid one of those. I don't think so. And I think PlayStation people, what difference does it make to them if they always want to buy a PlayStation and the game is not being taken away from them? Why would they give a fuck if somebody else can play it? Do they care that Fortnite is playable by other people? They barely give a fuck that God of War even came out. The vast majority of people with the PlayStation don't care that God of War was released, or Spider-Man for that matter. I mean, am I wrong? Did God of War sell? Ragnarok sell 45 million, 50 million copies? Did half the PlayStation base go buy that shit? No. What did it sell? 12? 15? 10?
I think it got into that range, 13, something like that. For Ragnarok. The first one sold quite a bit. The first one was over 20, I think.
The first one was, I think, eventually got over 20, but that was like over years and on PC and all that stuff.
Mario and Zelda, they'll sell, obviously. I mean, like Zelda will absolutely sell consoles.
I mean, don't get it twisted. If Mario and Zelda was on Xbox and PlayStation, people on Xbox and PlayStation will buy those games for sure. It's not going to make people who own Nintendos leave Nintendo. It's just what it is. They wouldn't, right? It's just not. There's so many other games that come out on Nintendo Switches that are not, going to come to Xbox or PlayStation.
An interesting question if I would actually buy a Switch. Like I have a Switch 2Y to play those games. Would I give it up if the majority of the games I care about were on Xbox? I probably wouldn't buy the Switch 2.
I mean, I personally would not, but I would still buy it but it would still be the easiest way to like give it to my youngest son. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna. Well, yeah, because I mean, if you know your kids and how they want to do things, he doesn't want to sit down and play like that. He wants to go around. Now, am I going to hand him the Switch, or am I going to hand him a fucking Xbox fucking Ally? And then the problem with that is that that's cute, but there's not like family share, right? So like, what do? I buy it digitally on my account, then he's playing it on my account, then I can't play if he's playing on my account, and he can't play if I'm playing on my account. Like, no, I want to get him his own game, but I don't want to have a whole separate account with games on it, right? So, yeah, no, it wouldn't work for me. I would just buy a Switch if I was doing that for the kids, right? So it wouldn't change anything for them, but it would change it for me, right?
But the ROG kind of does do that, doesn't it? If you got the cheaper ROG, that's $500, right? So, the ROG
I gave that to my daughter.
Yeah, and that the sharing, I think you get, is it up to 10 or 5 or something like that? There's a lot more. You don't get like just one. You get multiple share in that one. But yeah, it's an interesting point, right? All those little things can kind of add up, right? But I think for me personally, I think I would give up the Switch too if it meant, like, if I could play, especially at a higher frame rate, maybe a higher fidelity on my Xbox. Absolutely, like, yes, bring it over. If it look anything like those Unreal like ports that people made, like there's a fans of me. Hell yeah, please! I would love to see that. Heck yeah, let's do that. But yeah, I mean, I know what I'm gonna get. The next one will look the same as the other ones. It'll hopefully perform a little bit better, look a little sharper. That's generally what Nintendo does. Right? Fair enough, but whatever. Still gonna enjoy the games. On the flip side, the God of War and Spider-Man's, like, I think Spider-Man would be good everywhere. I think that's a good, just because the IP is so ubiquitous. I think it would be a good thing for that game if it was everywhere. But I mean, God of War, like, whatever. Like, yeah. I just finished Ragnarok and I'm like, whatever.
I mean, that's the reality.
Whatever. Yeah,
right.
whatever.
That's the reality. It's just, look, are you 100% in your statement? Without a doubt, for sure, less would buy them. But how much less?
Or Switch 2? At least to my level,
if God of War and Spider-Man and then Mario and Zelda were on other places, I'm talking to One Punch Jedi.
One Punch
his
Jedi,
statement that less would buy, yes, 100%. Less would buy. How much less? That's the question, right? Sure, me, for myself, I would not own my own Switch that I have here. I would just play them in higher fidelity elsewhere. But I would still buy them for my kids if they wanted to play those games.
And I gave up on PlayStation because I'm like, I can play their games on PC. I'm good. I don't need
all games come to Xbox now outside of the 2 fucking a year that PlayStation drops. Like, that just don't make no sense, bro. But yes, that is again, appreciate you. And I like this conversation, especially having the chat involved in it, because it is like this is about everybody here, right? Like, these are decisions and thoughts that everybody is having with this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I would amend what you said in that the brand could be damaged for those people for whom this matters. And I don't know what percentage that is.
But how many people is
for
that?
Me,
is
it's irrelevant. I don't care. But like, to me, it's please make more games. Please keep putting them in Game Pass. Those are the things that matter to me. I like the platform. I think it's fun, but ultimately I still have my PC. So if nothing else, I've got my PC. I can always just turn that on and play, right? So I like the console. It's a cool interface. If they continue with that path, that's awesome. I will buy Helix, right? But if that one, I just have my PC. I play on my PC. I'm good, right? I have no need for any of them. But if this is something that's a brand issue for, say it's 20% of the install base, okay, that's a problem. If it's 3%, then you're like, yeah, whatever, go away, right? Because like you can absorb that, right? But when it comes to something like 20, 25, 30, 40%, then it becomes a problem. So I just don't know how many are like,
but
this is devastating. I don't know how many that is. So
I think we can make some pretty educated guesses that it's not that many. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not. You could just look at even the highest, let's put it this way. The highest amount of people who look at the media would be, I would say, IGN. They kind of have a lock on gaming news to the masses, right? And to the masses, they have like 17 million subscribers. Okay, 17, 18 probably now. I don't know, some shit like that. It's not, hundreds of millions of people who are looking at gaming news. And even then, that 17 million subscribers that IGN has is broken up into movies, TV, anime, tech, all this shit that they do. It's not just PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo, mobile, all that shit, right? Like there's so much that is part of that 17 million. It's insane. But even then, those are mostly the casual people who make up the bulk of that amount, bro. And they're not sitting there looking at this. They don't care. They don't care. People don't care. They just don't, man. I know it hurts because we all want to feel like we're the main characters of the story. You know what I'm saying? So what we feel must be what everybody's feeling. But the reality is that it's not true, man. It's not true. It's not something like, all right, I'm going to bring, I see him over here. He says, that's the point. The question will be up in the air. And that's what the problem is. So this is the problem, One Punch. The question up in the air for me, considering how much money they make from the software versus the hardware, the thought of what they could be missing out on each game being sold everywhere versus keeping it to themselves is something that Xbox gives way more shit about. That is going to be fundamentally the reality. Now, that does not stop Asha from possibly, and I'm only saying this because of the way that she's been riding, she might do it for the points. She might figure something out. I don't know. I don't think they will. And I don't think anybody should, bet the farm on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't go all in on the idea that it's going to happen. But there is a sliver of a possibility that Asha does it just to win the core, Twitter vote. You know what I'm saying? There's a way, and I don't think it'll ever be full, but there is a slight sliver of a possibility that she would do it. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that she's gonna do everything else, and maybe that's why she's so adamant on doing all of these things so that you don't realize that she hasn't changed shit with exclusives. But yeah, I think that the Xbox is more of the thing. Let me go over here. Here we go. Our Lyra says, one thing you do have to realize as well is with how expensive gaming is, you do kind of have to meet people where they are because people can't buy every console anymore. Thank you. I'm telling you, this shit is turning into a luxury. Let me. Okay. I'm going to try to frame it in a way where it's easy to understand. This generation that we have right now, there's almost 100 million, maybe 100 million PlayStations. There's almost 50 million Xboxes, series consoles that are out in these streets. And then the Switch is doing its own thing, right? Understand that we already know. We just got price hikes on PlayStation, on Xbox, right? Prices have gone up. Again, you're at a point where you can go buy a PlayStation 5 Pro for almost $1,000. Okay, a fucking Pro, right? The next generation of consoles, and when I say generation, I don't mean, the swap. I just mean the next level of consoles, the new consoles that are going to be coming out. They are going to be priced outside of the vast majority of players' budgets. Like, let's be clear. They will 100% be outpricing the vast majority of gamers. Just 100% the reality of what it is. The vast majority of people will not be able to go ahead and move in to this next, quote unquote generation. That is why this generation is not leaving. That is why every time Xbox makes a new game after the Helix comes out, that game will 100% be playable on the series levels of console. 100%, without a shadow of a doubt. I don't think there will be one exclusive game, not fucking one exclusive game to the Helix generation. At the most, you might, just might, and I don't even think that'll be a possibility. I honestly, even saying it out loud when I'm about to say, knowing that I'm about to say it, I don't believe it. But the only sliver of chances, there might be like a time thing where they're like, oh, we'll put it on the new gen for now, and then later it'll come to the other console. I doubt that highly, because by definition, they are literally building a platform for developers to make one game one time and it being able to be on everything. So I don't see them doing that. So this next gen, no matter what game release, will be released across every console generation that is out now. So you can't expect them to just look at it and say, oh yeah, we're going to just say, fuck it, we're going to keep our games here because, yeah, a good enough game comes out, they will buy a new console to play it. Bro, those days are gone. They're gone. I just don't see that happening in any way, shape, or form. Again, people are not going to leave this generation for a long ass time. Even the generation after this generation, I still believe that the Series and PlayStation 5 will be valid consoles that still get all of the new games. I fully believe that. Hargeet, what do you think? Our Larry put out this message about how expensive gaming is now, and how you have to meet the people where they are, because people don't have the budgets to go ahead, on top of buying these individual fucking games that are $60, $50, $70, right? To then on top of that be like, yeah, I'm gonna go buy a $700 box because of this one game, and all the other games that I like, I can still buy on my current box, but I'm gonna go buy that box for just the one or two games that I want, right? Because again, Xbox might be releasing 10 games in a year. That does not mean that there's 10 games that every person is going to relate to, right? So to them, they're going to be like, oh, well, there's only really one game or two out of that 10 that really are for me personally that I want. So why would I go buy that box, right? So do you see that as a real struggle for the idea of getting people to come over to buy your exclusives and experience your game, and lose money if they don't come, when you could just meet them where they are and eke out the dollars from the people who are interested in your game?
Yeah, I mean, mostly you would say that would be the case, right? Like the next generation is going to be really crazy, right? Because we're not looking at things that are going to be 300 bucks or 400 bucks. We're looking at things that are going to be close to 1,000, if not more. That's a lot to have to ask people to at least start to even get into your ecosystem to put down. That's a lot of money. So I don't know what that's going to look like. If it was, like we started this generation $300 for the Series S, and it's like, well, okay, that's a pretty good way to get in, and it was winning. It was doing pretty well. The majority of people were buying the Series S, not the X, and like that's a good idea. Like you just need a box to play the games. Absolutely, here you go. Even that's $400, but still, that's cheap in comparison to where we are with the other boxes. It's getting ridiculous, right? And so, what does that mean going forward? It's the same question for Sony. If they think like the PS5 is going to stick around for a while, and their cheapest entry point is going to be, what is it, currently $600, I think, right? For the lowest end, is it $550? I think it's $600 for the lowest end.
600.
That's still a pretty high amount. Assuming that can come back down a little bit, you're still looking at like $500 $450 as your baseline, and that would be to keep the current generation PS5 while the PS6 is out. And they're usually sticklers about actually doing the stupid thing of saying, let's have a game that's only going to be on PlayStation 6 when the PS5 can happily run it, right? So if you're going to do that, okay, good luck. I have no idea what the PS6 is ultimately going to cost. I can guess that it's going to be higher than the PS5 Pro. And if it's, $900 for a PS5 Pro, yikes, you're looking at a lot of money. This is going to be a tough generation. Would I say that, hey, if I could buy a ROG Ally for $500 and I can just dock that and put it on my TV, but that's good enough for me, right? And it plays everything. Like literally, it'll play everything because it's PC, right? It'll play everything. Is that not a better answer than to go buy some next gen console that's gonna okay, it might look cool, but it might cost you $1,200. Do you really want to spend that? For me or you, yeah, fine, we'll go spend it, right? For the average player, they're like, dude, I play like 3 games. Why do I need to spend that much? Why do I need to? So in those 3 games, you need to entice them to decide to get another game. That's the whole point of this, right? Which is why the sales numbers are what they are. A Forza Horizon is an attractive proposition. That's why it was selling. I don't know that a lot of these other games do. They generally don't. Game of the year we had was that platformer Astro, and it sold nothing, right? And you have like 100 million console. Why didn't you? Because it doesn't matter. They don't play those games. Nobody's buying it, and so it doesn't matter that it's out there. This is kind of the problem they run into. The games they're playing are the games they're playing, and a lot of people are going to be very reticent to go spend $1,000+ to buy another console when the current one will play the games they care about. It's going to be very hard for people like the Call of Duties, the Fortnites to say, let's forego the install base of these current devices when the new devices cost an arm and a leg. This is going to be a very, very interesting generation. It's going to be very interesting to see what the sales are coming out of the gate, right? When usually the enthusiasts go and buy, when that number might be, a 4-figure number, and you're like, do I really need this? like, when is my next game that's going to say I have to have this thing to play it? And that might be years upon years. Like even PlayStation waited 3 years before they really kind of went full tilt on the exclusivity to PS5. I don't know. I think they're going to stick around for like 6 years, maybe more, where PS5 will keep getting it'll work. The PS5 is a good machine. They have freaking people out here comparing a PS5 Pro to a 5090. It's ridiculous, but so then you can't tell me that box can't keep playing all the games, right? It's going to play them, and you're going to sit there and say, well, is it worth not targeting that entire 100 million plus install base? They're going to do it. It's going to be very hard to move forward. It's hard for PS4. They're still keeping games on PS4, and that thing is a freaking old ass piece of junk. And not to the berate or anything, it's very old at this point, right?
Yep.
And you'll get PS5,
and obviously really low powered, right? Like it's obviously low powered. Like 1.78 fucking terabytes is crazy. I mean, not terabytes, teraflops, whatever the fuck. Like it's super low powered, right? It doesn't have any of the new tech that amplifies
1.84 or something like that, and then a 1.6 gigahertz CPU. So that part of it is going to keep it back. Fair enough. Also, I think I want to say that they were 8 gig machines, right? 8 gigs of memory. So that is also a part of the issue. Either way, it's going to be harder to take this generation and say it doesn't work, because it's going to work for a lot of games. It's going to work. They can scale it down to like the Steam Deck, right? If that works, why would they not be able to get it to work on a PS5? And then this is going to be the case for another decade at least.
Yeah, bro. So, I'm telling you.
It's going to be a tough sell to say
so
PS5 going away.
That being said, okay, now let's roll this backwards, right? Let's roll this very idea that we just talked about, right? People are not going to just be like, cool story, I'll buy your console, right? When I already have a capable console, right? Mm-hmm. So in that respect, do you feel when you look at it, and I'm not talking about I would say not, it's kind of weird because I already know your personal opinion. You don't give a fuck. So that's why I'm not really looking for your personal opinion, just your thoughts on the scenario with the exclusives. If we know that financially, the vast majority of people, no matter what fucking game you put on your box exclusive, that's not Call of Duty, Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, one of their absolute necessary games to play. How is exclusives gonna help?
I don't know. I don't know where that. So because if that mattered, right? When we started the Xbox One PS4 gen, the Xbox One out the gate had more exclusives. It had good exclusive games. So if that was the deciding factor, then that would have been the thing. That is not the deciding factor. The deciding factor, it's price. That was one of them. But really, that didn't even matter either. It was when Call of Duty switched from Xbox as the primary to PlayStation as the primary. Everything flipped. And, it is owned by Xbox, but Xbox doesn't even bundle the game with its own console. It bundles it with PlayStations. So this is the way it is.
Let's be fair. Hergy. The reason they bundle it with PlayStation is because they make money from PlayStation for bundling it. Care. If they bundle it in their own shit, they're losing money if they bundle it. They won't lose money if they put it in a PlayStation.
But that's on them, right? And the perception of the market is simple. Oh, that's where I go to play Call of Duty, right? It doesn't matter how that works out. As far as like if they wanted themselves to stay relevant, you've already made the point. It's simple. It's the games that everybody's playing. That's Call of Duty, Fortnite. Those are the games that matter. And like they own one of those. They own two of those, Minecraft as well. They own some other ones that are pretty relevant, but it doesn't matter. Like they keep those everywhere. And it would be a bad idea for Call of Duty to be exclusive. It's game would essentially die. It's just not a good idea. You want that to be as broad-based as possible to get as much coverage as possible. That's why they went in saying, we're going to put this on Switch because we want it everywhere, right? So, no, that's definitely the right path for that. But, the idea that somehow, they were going to have exclusives change the trajectory, well, they've had those. That didn't work. There's other people saying that it has to be zeitgeist games. Well, I mean, I don't know what zeitgeist means then, right? So, if zeitgeist is the only thing, then why would Astro? Why would that not change the trajectory of their sales and people buy 20 million copies? It didn't happen, right?
Yeah, because it's not zeitgeist. Reviews are not part of the zeitgeist, bro. They're not. Zeitgeist games already exist, and they don't just pop up because you keep them exclusive. Call of Duty, Minecraft, Fortnite, all non-exclusive games. Name one zeitgeist exclusive only game. The only person who ever had one was, in fact, Xbox with Halo. Halo was that was everywhere in the beginning. But that's when there were barely games and nobody was making a game as big and as bombastic and as good as Halo. And then Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the original, came out and fucking changed the world. Everything. Because that game was everywhere.
Yeah, I would say the one that keeps happening, it's always on Nintendo. They come out with these zeitgeisty games and they take over, right? They're the only ones that have done that in recent modern times. You could say that maybe there's some level of that.
Was probably the last one.
Yeah, like Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey was also pretty big, right? So they had a couple of those big zeitgeisty games.
Animal Crossing during the pandemic was crazy.
Animal Crossing was huge, right? And then Mario Kart, obviously, that was also huge. But if you go into the PlayStation side of it, I'd say Last of Us, the first one, I think that was their zeitgeisty moment. You could say maybe Last of Us 2 to some level was like that, but it had that leak that happened that really kind of caused a lot of controversy. So it kind of changed the trajectory for it. It could have been the next big one. I don't know that it had a moment like that. Before that, you would have a Spider-Man or God of War, the original, the 2018, right? I think those two are also kind of big games. I don't know they've had you could say would Forbidden West be that big? No, not really. Ragnarok seemed to be good.
So to be honest with you, I know what you're saying, but I think that even all of those that you're saying wouldn't be none of those games were as big as Halo in its time where it was everywhere. People were talking about it was the hugest thing. Halo in back in the day is the closest thing to what Call of Duty, Minecraft, Roblox, all that shit is now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the
Like,
reason is because it had the multiplayer, right? And people were just
exactly.
playing it all day. And
Yep.
it changed gaming in that
Yep.
it introduced the local multiplayer and then
And
brought in
then
Xbox
online
Live.
multiplayer.
And then online multiplayer became this thing, right? And
Yep.
that enabled Call of Duty to do that, right? So, and they've never really taken advantage of that to the same level on PlayStation. They just have not had that.
Amit has a great point.
So-
Helldivers 2 had its moment for sure, where it was everybody was talking about it, but then they fumbled it with the network requirement.
The PSN login.
That was the potential. That was their moment, but they fumbled it, and now it kind of faded away to just, not that people don't play it or don't like it or whatever, but it's not the conversation piece it would have been if they didn't fumble it. Because, dude, I swear to God, I don't watch TikTok, but like my wife and then my kids do, and literally that shit was all. That's how you know, by the way, it was all over TikTok. Fucking wives writing letters to their husbands, playing the game as if they're leaving the fucking war to fight for our planet. Like, it was that crazy, and they fumbled it. But Amit has a good point with that. But I guess the point is with all of this is that nobody's going to be nothing outside of multi-platform games are of that ilk now.
Yeah, and to that point, Helldivers is not an exclusive. It launched, thankfully, day and date on PC, which is where it took off. And then they decided to put that on Xbox. Right? So that is like,
So just so happens their biggest game is also on Xbox.
Is multiplat. Yeah, and whatever. So again, the exclusivity.
And if it was exclusive, that game would have died. FYI,
it would.
If they did that, it would have died 100%. So, all right, and I do love it because the guys in the chat are all jumping into this, so I do love it. I'm gonna get
it'd be interesting poll, right? If you can put a poll up to say, do you think exclusives matter to the brand, or do you think it's better for the games to be everywhere?
All right, let's see what that's a great poll, because that's what the this is. So I'm gonna pull it right now.
Right.
Xbox exclusives. What did you say? Most
does it matter for the brand, right? So do exclusives matter for the brand? Yes or no? Just something that simple.
I'm gonna put Xbox exclusives most important for the brand, or should be everywhere.
Fair enough.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Let's see what we have in the chat. It's good to know. All right, let me get some of these before we keep going with this. Even though this is technically not a topic, we've kind of turned it into one. I may have to go back and find where we started this conversation. So we got the homie Mac22TH54 in the building with that $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. Sorry that it took so long to get to this conversation. It's been going kind of deep. Says C Money, the reason why I asked, because between Crimson Desert and the Starfield DLC, I have no time for any other game. Hashtag first world problems. I feel that I haven't even looked at Starfield, not because I don't want to, because I already know that's another hole that I would get myself into if I were to jump back into that. So right now I have my fucking forward blinders on, where I'm just trying to do all forward movement with games right this second. But yeah, I feel that, man. It's really difficult because there are so many great games that are out right now. So it's really hard to like just stay in one place. But so far for me, like, Replaced is my just that hit of dopamine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just keeps me wanting to come back and play it. I'm just loving it. I mean, again, to be fair, I am reviewing it, so it's also part of the reason why. But it's just so good. Then we got the homie Be Nice in the building. Shout out to the homie Be Nice. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Starfield sold shit. Gear sold shit. Outer World sold shit. Avowed sold shit. Ninja God of 4 sold shit. I mean, that one sold more. So like they estimated 257,000, but still relative shit. Saw the Midnight sold shit. Doom the Dark Ages sold shit. They didn't put that on this list, so I'm hesitant to say that sold shit because I feel like
apparently it also didn't sell that well.
That one probably sold a little bit better, and then Hi-Fi Rush sold shit. I mean, look, most of the games that they release over there sell shit, so there's no real difference. It's just extra dollars, right? It's more money coming in that they weren't going to get, right? Because again, like our boy Our Lyric said, people are not buying a console to play these games. It's just not matter. I mean, the fact that it sold shit proves to you that nobody was going to come by. Like, think about that. Like, seeing the numbers shows you 100% that if all these games were exclusive, nobody was going to come. Nobody was going to come. They didn't even buy the fucking game when it was there. Why would they buy the console and the game? I mean, facts are facts, man. Facts are facts. And Ren, you're right. I'm not saying that these numbers are all accurate and shit. They could be whatever the fuck they are. Point is that it's really not that, big of a deal. The homie motherfucking JD Gamer, shout out to our boy JD with that $10 super chat. Appreciate you, my dude. Says Xbox and PlayStation have 98% of the same games. Facts. So it's not about the exclusives themselves. It's about the narrative and zeitgeist that they create around them. And that's what Xbox has lacked for 2 gens. Get it back. I mean, that's the question, right? Narrative is zeitgeist. But let's just take the last 2 years. Let's take the last 2 years of games. Hargi, what games have dropped this year on Xbox that have had the zeitgeist?
I mean, Crimson seems to be one of those.
Crimson?
Yeah, Crimson Desert.
No. Xbox games that they could keep exclusive. I'm sorry.
That they could keep exclusive.
Yeah, that Xbox made first party that they could have kept exclusive, that were zeitgeist games that would have made
the
people
closest
say,
is Indiana
"Holy
Jones,"
shit."
and I'm sorry, but it didn't really light the landscape on fire either. But first off, they put it out in No Man's Land in December. That was a stupid idea. But if they had done anything better with marketing that and put it out in a good time frame, that may have done better. I don't know, but like that's really it. So Indiana Jones would have probably been the game. Outside of that, I don't know, like zeitgeisty. I mean, besides Call of Duty, that's really it.
But to be clear, it was not a zeitgeist type game, even though maybe the timing would have been different, whatever it is. It was a great game. People who played it enjoyed it. I loved it. I loved the DLC, right? It was a fantastic game. Wasn't a zeitgeist game. Wasn't something that it was, to be clear, it was exclusive.
Yep, timed exclusive, yeah. So, but
it was not a zeitgeist game.
I don't know how they create that, right? The zeitgeist thing is more exposure, right? People need to see that this is happening, and that's been a problem on a marketing side, which is why, when this whole exclusivity thing came up, my initial thought was like, yeah, it could be a problem if you don't have a lot of games, because then other publishers would have you'd start losing market share, and then other publishers wouldn't put their games in your system. But that gets resolved with 2 things. First, you start using your power, which is Windows, and say Windows is coming to the console. That would just eliminate the problem, because everybody's putting their game on Windows. That's done. So you'll get every game. Second, you own enough first party content that when you put your shows out, people want to be there because you have all these games, right? They've got that. What they haven't done is then the follow through to say, cool, if you saw our showcase, cool. If you didn't see our showcase, you still know that these games are coming because we put it everywhere. You walk into a train station, you see it. You walk into an airport, you see it. You walk anywhere you go, like you walk into a stadium to watch a football game, you see it. That kind of thing needs to happen if you want that to be everywhere. And that's on Xbox. They need to do that. You see that happening with PlayStation. They do that. Nintendo does that. Like, that's how you get into the mind share of like, oh, this is coming. I want to play that. Oh, so that's how that's on them. They have to do that. They've got the games. They've got the platform. They've got the 2 platforms that matter. So it's really just them marketing. I always say it's just get people to realize you have these games. Let people know that they're there, right? Even if you put these games on other platforms, it's like they got to know that it exists.
Facts.
That's the problem.
The thing is that I think if I'm gonna pretend to be part of the marketing squad, right? I think the problem is that they market to the people who already know that the game exists.
Exactly.
So if you're marketing to me on Twitter, right? Like, you're marketing to the same group of people. We're already going to see those reviews. We're already going to look that up ourselves. We're already going to be part of that conversation. It is, in fact, the need to put it elsewhere, right? And talk to the bigger scope of people, right? The question is, at that point, the balance, right? What they're trying to do is do cheap marketing. They don't want to spend the money that can end up putting their game upside down, right? Because in order to do all those things, you have to make a bet that if you do that advertising, if you do that marketing, that's going to turn into something that's actually viable. And I think for them right now, it's much more effective to put their game on a console that's not the normal console that they put their games on, and just market it on the socials that it's on that console, as opposed to telling the broader scope of the world that game came out. And I think that's more likely where they are right now with that. And that's the difficult part. We got JD Gamer back in the building with a $10 super chat. Huh?
Yeah. This I agree with what JD Gamer just said.
All right. So Xbox has operated like a loser for years. No one wants to be associated with a loser. Xbox has the games, but have allowed the media to feed off false narratives for years. They need to let their nuts hang. JD is not holding back. JD's not fucking around. Listen,
yeah,
I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying. I think the problem is that, like, if you were to quantify that statement, has operated like a loser for years, like, how many years would you say? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many years would that be? And then kind of think about what scenario were they in. Like let's be clear. And I'm not, look, I love these games. Like, you hear me gush about them all the time. I love Xbox first party games. I love the games that you guys probably fucking hate, like Age of Mythology and, you know, Ara History Untold and fucking shit like that. Then most of you people don't even fucking play, right? I'm all for them. I dug into them. I played countless hours into them and love them. So this is the thing. What games have they released that have fucking reviewed out of this world where they can fucking go and have a group of people go and fucking be like, oh yeah, this is the shit? Like, what has been so unanimously fucking tens and shit like that? I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that the games deserve it, but I'm talking about in the media that they can't control, right? They can only release the games. They cannot control what these people put as a review. What has been out of this world that they can then go and be like, look, everybody is saying that this is the best game ever. Like, what game would that be? Like, their best shot is Forza Horizon 6, right? This new one. But outside of that, like, as much as that game's going to sell, it's not going to support the company, right? They're not going to sell enough that just makes the Xbox doesn't need to release another game because Forza Horizon 6 is going to handle that. No. No, that's not going to happen. Forza Horizon 6 will sell a lot. Is it going to be life altering? No, it's not. 20, 30 mil, maybe. Players probably around the same 50. Maybe now, once it goes to Xbox, once it goes to PlayStation, you bump that number up. Yeah, you probably end up with like 60 million players, right? But purchased, right? Let's call a spade, right? It wasn't 50 million purchases, right? It was mostly Game Pass, right? And then a lot of purchases, right? So you add PlayStation to the mix, that'll bump. But again, that's not changing Xbox's bottom line. It's not Call of Duty, okay? Will it sell a large amount over time? Absolutely. Call of Duty is the one that does it every single year, no matter what, right? Like, that's the game. So I guess the question is, what has the potential to be the driving force? Like, understand, cars are cool, but not everybody's into cars. Okay, a lot of people are, but not everybody is, right? So what could be that thing that just makes the narrative change for them because of like what? Like keeping it exclusive? Do we really think that Forza Horizon 5 was exclusive? It had 50 million players. It was exclusive. Remember? Right? This whole generation.
Look at the poll.
It came out.
Holy crap.
Split.
I didn't expect it to be that.
Split.
It is even. It's dead even. Holy crap, dude. So that does tell you that for 50%, it really matters.
That's a big number.
That is not insignificant, right? If it was 2%, 3%, okay, but at 50%, they need to do something.
Let me tell you this.
That's unfortunate, but
it makes me feel better that 50% is in here hanging out with us because they could say, fuck you, C-Money, you don't agree with me, I'm fucking out.
Well, I mean,
but
instead, of opinion is difference of opinion, right?
But there's a lot of people who do that.
Right? That
there's a lot of people who do that. So
feedback.
Appreciate you guys.
Right?
I appreciate all of you, but I also appreciate the 50% who doesn't agree and they're still rocking out with us. So thank you.
Right. And I wonder, C-Money, if like, you know, the audience here might be tilted more towards our viewpoint. And I wonder if in like reality out there, it might be even worse that it's like 60, 70% need this. Like,
yeah,
dude,
but again,
case,
to be clear,
and
it's 60, 70% of this type of audience, right? Not of the actual mass group of people who are making buying decisions every day, right? Like these are the people who already have the box, right? Like these are people who are commenting on what they think Xbox should do for other people to buy the box because they already bought the box. You know what I'm saying? So this is more emotional than this is not changing their perception because they're literally already own it.
That's a huge
number, I mean, it's pretty
dude.
crazy that it's
that's a
like
huge
literally
number.
down the middle. That's real wild. Let me get JD Gamer back. Our boy, he's back with another $5 super chat. I appreciate you, homie. Says people have been convinced to eat small portions and pay more for it, small plates, to eat poison and watch bad movies. Cult classic. Marketing is everything. I mean,
yeah, marketing matters, unfortunately.
I agree. This is the thing, though. And this is what Asha and ultimately what Xbox is. This is their problem, right? Like they need to see what it means to them, right? They need to see what it means to them. Does buying the box, and again, let's keep in mind, and again, as much as we're all talking about this and we do the show all the time, like we do this show and we all gather for this type of shows because we are in it, right? We love to talk about all this shit and love talking games and love talking about this stuff for sure, right? But considering that, you know, they have almost 50 million people, right, who bought this box, you know, who bought this generation, right? It's 40 something. Considering that they have that many people who bought the box and the vast majority, the grossly vast majority, like 90% of the people who bought that box did not buy it because of an exclusive. Like, again, we talk about PlayStation all the time about that. I get that. But like, let's call a spade a spade. Fucking South of Midnight didn't sell 10 million copies. It didn't sell 15 million copies. It didn't sell 20 million copies, right? The vast majority of people who buy an Xbox probably buy for the same reason that the PlayStation people buy a PlayStation. They prefer the controller. They prefer the box. They like the power. They like, you know, the services. They like their friends are on there, right? Like, let's not pretend that Xbox Series, the 360 didn't sell over 80 million. Like, there's plenty of people who made connections on Xbox who don't want to let it go the same way people on PlayStation don't want to let it go, right? So the problem is when Xbox looks at that number, do they say, we care about this small, frankly insignificant piece of the pie who we need to figure out how to get this small percent. We're fighting for this small percentage of people on PlayStation to look our way and say, yeah, I'm going to go Xbox this time. Small amount of people, because the vast majority don't care. Again, this is just the truth. And I don't, if somebody can prove me wrong, not prove, nobody can prove me wrong because there's no proof on any of this stuff. This is all thoughts. But if somebody has an opinion on it that can change my mind on it, I'm 100% open, right? I am. But I just don't think that there's any game that Xbox could release that would change the landscape of people buying the box over a PlayStation or a Nintendo Switch. I just don't think. I mean,
it's possible, but it wouldn't make sense. I don't know. It's very hard to think of. So you could release Hogwarts 2 and say we're locking it down. That could draw people over, right? And say it's not coming to PC. It's not coming it would never happen. It would never happen. Not coming to PlayStation.
It would be stupid for the developers,
PC, right? You would have to like buy out that game and say we're gonna pay for this entire thing and its sales, and that would be something like $1 billion.
Yeah,
to pay, and say okay, it's coming here. Yes, that would sell consoles. It would absolutely do that. Is it worth it though? Like what? You would piss off so many players by doing
so
that.
many people. So, look at what happened to Tomb Raider. One fucking time. The one time that Xbox said, okay, listen, we're going to pony up. We're going to pay. We're going to take a known game that the world loves. They just had a successful reboot. We're going to take the sequel, make it ours. And you had Xbox fucking sites attacking Xbox for taking Tomb Raider away from everybody else.
Yeah,
it will just that was when gaming was small. Now amplified, bro.
Yeah,
Xbox
I don't know.
would be crucified. You'll see people putting Xbox on a cross. You know, it just this is what they'll do.
So now, given that poll, though, now I have to kind of say, all right, they have to unfortunately do something to respond to that. If it's half, even if we take like this is just a small segment of the actual player base that has this kind of mentality, it's probably going to go a couple of what are those like circle of influences out, right? So you are a part of this community and you talk to your friends who then talk to their friends, and that causes it to matter. And if that's the case, they have to respond. I don't know what the answer to this is because I hate the whole idea of exclusives, but it is what it is. If this is going to be the thing, it's going to be the thing. Maybe they time exclusive. Somebody just put COD time exclusive. Hell fucking no. Do not fuck with COD. It's not worth it.
You can't. They'll shut down the fucking company.
No way. Shit. But something like Elder Scrolls 6, you say, fine, you know what? We won't put the PS5 logo. It'll come out timed exclusive and then go over. But people will get used to that. They'll know, okay, a year or two it's coming over. Right? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
That's literally what will happen. And you know what else will happen? Every time COD releases on Xbox, a competitor will release on PlayStation, and eventually that competitor will start to outdo Call of Duty on those places, because when you give people an opportunity, they will take it. And if you do that, it's done, bro.
It'll kill COD. There's no point.
Yeah, COD would be dead. Battlefield will release a new game every year. I guarantee you. If COD was timed every year, Battlefield will release a new one every year. 100%.
Well, plus, that's not happening for like another 7-8 years, whatever it is, because they have those contracts in place, right? They have to put it everywhere. So COD's going to go everywhere anyway. And I just don't. What will be the value of taking that away? I don't know. There's already complaints about it not making enough money. Like, okay, whatever. Also,
like I see you, Amit, saying that they're not just the games, but it's a platform that they have to attract people to. But this is what I would say: show me a month that they didn't sell new consoles. Show me a quarter that didn't show that they sold new consoles, even in the shit places like. And I'm not sorry. Let me recontextualize. I'm not calling the place shit. I'm saying places that are shit for Xbox, like Japan, shit like that, where they barely do anything. There's no negative, there's no zero, right? Every single month, every single quarter, people are buying an Xbox. It's happening. There's no goose egg months, there's no goose egg weeks. People are buying it always. It's just how many people versus other places. They're still growing every time. Again, we all were misled to believe that PlayStation was almost 3 times Xbox. Every time somebody talked about numbers for Xbox, it was always 20 something million. It went up to 30, then went back down to 20 something, right? And then we come to find out that they are not as bad. They're in the 40 plus million, that they're way closer to, half the amount of PlayStations, not 3 to 4 times as was fucking discussed. So you're still in a scenario where you have 40 to 50 million people to sell games to on your box. And it's still, that number's growing every single week, no matter what. Like, it's happening. So we can't act as if that's not the case. People are already doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's just the reality of what it is. Let me get the homie JD Gamer back in the building. My dude, thank you, my brother, for support, man. I appreciate you. With that $10 super chat says, Hargeet and C Money, we are gaming elites. Yes, we are. I should put that shit somewhere right here, like floating above my head. Gaming elites. I like that. Don't think about those of us that are hardcore. Think about the ones that aren't. If people bought logically, Xbox would be on top, better and cheaper with more games. JD, but that's my entire model of life. I've been saying that people in the know will always choose an Xbox. There is zero reason to choose a PlayStation if you are in the know. Everybody else, it's just brand recognition, man. And I would love to say that it's easy to just fucking say, hey, throw more money at it and you'll be good. You can't. Listen, I own a business. I'm in an industry that has some big players in it. And there's no amount of money that I could just throw at this shit and change that perspective. I can't. Just like car makers, right? Car makers have all been around for a long time, but you know what they can't do? They can't release a car and be like, look at my amazing car. Leave the place that you like buying, the brand you trust. I want you to leave them and come try us out this time. Even though to try us out, it's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, $80,000. Make that choice to come try us out. No, man. No. Do the best cars sell the most? No. Maybe the best, like, longevity wise, maybe yes, your Toyotas and your Hondas and your other ones, but like those are the ones because they're cheaper, bro. This is what it is. More people buy the cheaper shit when it comes to that type of stuff. So it doesn't matter if you want to fucking advertise as much as you want. There's shit that's already ingrained. And again, I know people want to say that I say, oh, well, they should do nothing. No, I'm not saying they shouldn't do fucking nothing. I'm saying that they shouldn't be worried about those hypothetical motherfuckers. I know I'm not. I care about us who are here. Are you disappointed? Are you let down by Microsoft with what you are playing last year, this year? Are you disappointed? That's the question that I want to know with everybody in the chat right now. Are you mad at Xbox for anything outside of this exclusive shit? Just put that in the box on the side, okay? Put that on the box on the side. Are you disappointed with the money that you spent to own an Xbox Series generation console? Are you upset with the games they put out? Are you upset with Game Pass, the services they provide you? Are you upset with their output? Because that is factually the only thing that matters. Because let's be clear, not many of us in here are going to be affected by Xbox's marketing. You already got the box. Okay, so the question is, are you disappointed? Because if you're not disappointed, what does it matter to you? What does it matter to you? What does it matter that 140,000 people on PlayStation bought Starfield? What does it matter? I mean, okay, so I see Daryl here. He says not upset, but not hyped either. Okay, so to be clear, are you not hyped for the games that they've released? Are you not excited or hyped for the games that are coming the rest of this year? Or are you not hyped because of the idea that they are not going to have exclusives? Like, that to me is the question. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to know. Because I'm living like a king in the gaming world. Between their first party output, the third party day and dates I get into Game Pass, the third party games that are coming in fairly soon after their release date into my Game Pass, the investment they're making in Xbox Play Anywhere, getting major AAA games to be Xbox Play Anywhere. New Metro game we're going to talk about shortly, hopefully. Like, that is, like, that's the shit that matters. That's the shit that matters. Now, I see some people saying that, well, the Game Pass price hike, was not great. And listen, it's not great for sure as far as dollars are concerned. Nobody's happy to spend more money. Again, I'm not going to lie to you. I 100% am not spending more money. I was paying more with that plus my Fortnite. So, as far as like that's concerned, I actually save money every month because of the price increase that they made. But let's be real. Like, they promised we were going to get more for that price increase. And have you not seen more? Have you not seen more in Game Pass? Have you not seen more Xbox Play Anywhere games? Bigger, better? Because I have. I've seen more games coming into Game Pass that are a higher caliber. 100%. 100%. I've seen more games get Xbox Play Anywhere support. Mouse PI is Xbox Play Anywhere. Crimson Desert, one of the biggest games of the year, Xbox Play Anywhere. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I just don't know how much that's actually going to be a thing that is, the reality for most people. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I'm not saying that marketing wise they could spend more money and do all those things. Like that's always a possibility, but and I see a lot of people in the chat said no, that they're not upset with this gen. That they're happy with everything that Xbox has been doing. I'm curious about this one. Arioka, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. Says I'm upset with this gen overall, by far the worst. I don't know. I can't agree with that from my end for Xbox for sure. I think they fucking cranked it this gen, and by the time this gen's over, I think we're gonna have some of the best games Xbox ever released. And I'm including Halo because I think Halo Infinite was the best Halo that was released. So for me, I can't agree with that. Now on PlayStation, yes, worst generation of all history and all mankind. That I can't even. That is crazy. They fucking. I don't know how, but I do know how because casuals don't give a fuck about the exclusives. But they fucked that generation horrible. Like it's so bad. It's crazy. But the vast majority of people I see here are saying that no, they're happy with what Xbox has done. So, I mean, I guess, all right, so let's get Malcolm, right? Our homie, right? Best bot of March, okay? Is he going to be best bot of April? We'll see. But he was the best bot of March. Shout out to Malcolm. So he says, I'm upset with the lack of advertising. No reason people shouldn't know about what Xbox offers. Okay. I understand that the marketing is not there or advertising is not there. Let me ask you a question, just so I know. Have you personally missed out on an Xbox first-party game because you didn't know it was releasing because of Xbox's lack of advertising? This question is for anybody in this chat right now. Have you personally missed out on any of the games that are being talked or released by Xbox because they did not advertise it or market it correctly? Okay. So random commentator says no because we're bots. Okay. So my question is, are you upset that if you got into a conversation on Twitter or with a friend that they didn't know a game's coming out and you hate having to be the one to let them know that a game's coming out? I guess I'm trying to understand the mindset. What does their lack of advertisement have to do with you personally? Like, do we understand what I'm saying? Like, do we get what I'm talking about? Like, I understand that, I guess, for the console war aspect of this, you're upset that these people are not being marketed to, right? But like, and I'm not saying like random conversation says, but it shouldn't be my job to tell others about games. Xbox has games, not me. But it's not your job. Like, your job is to enjoy your gaming. Like, if your friends don't know about the game, that's their fucking problem, right? Like, but like that's their problem. It's like it doesn't affect you, is what I guess I'm trying to say. Harky, help me out. Does it affect you? And this is what I just need to know. I'm trying to get my head into the mindset. How does it affect you personally, Hargeet, if Xbox doesn't market their shit correctly.
So take something like South of Midnight, which I thought was an
Okay.
excellent game. Did not sell.
Yes.
Because nobody knew about it, right? And if you don't
Correct.
put it out there, what happens? There's no second South of Midnight.
Okay.
That's
Well, let me
the
tell you
kind
a
of thing
secret.
that I
There was
would be
never
bit
going to
more
be a
concerned
second
about.
South of Midnight. I interviewed them. They're not making a part 2. They're only
Moving to the
doing
next
one
thing.
of each.
But
They're
fair enough.
going
That
on
is
to
the
another
point,
game.
though, right? Is that if you want a game to go somewhere, then it has to be put out there, right? So if you don't put it out there, people don't know about it, then it doesn't get enough attention. To your point, people who are in the know, they know. It doesn't matter. They know, right? It's the people that don't know that you're like, you might hit like, 10,000, 100,000, 400,000 people that are like, oh, that looks cool. Let me try it out, right? But if they don't even know it exists, that's going to be the problem, right? And I think so Nintendo does a really good job with this, where they make it just the zeitgeist, right? They just put it everywhere. They put it everywhere. And if you go to like Japan, it's everywhere. Like it's everywhere. Literally everywhere. Nintendo's everywhere.
All right.
If you like go around other places, Sony does that, right? Go to Europe and like you'll see Sony advertising everywhere. And it's not like on TV. I mean, like literally just I walk outside a freaking, a metro station and there's the advertising. I walk into there it is, right?
Yeah, but
like that kind
okay.
of thing.
So let's pause it
So
for a
it's
second.
always
Though,
in your head.
Huggy.
That,
But
they're doing that.
how did that help Astrobot?
Well, they didn't market that one, right? And I guess
Okay, how did that help
care.
another first party game
Like
that
God of
they
War.
dropped?
Why do you think that sold that much? Why do you think it sold 13
But
million?
that
whatever,
much is
13
not
million
that
copies?
much. They already sold
Still
more.
a lot.
No. Hold on. They sold more of God of War 1 on PlayStation 4 than they
2018,
did God of War 2. So no, that marketing had nothing to do with part 2 because they already had a built-in group of people who should have wanted to buy part 2 that they need marketing.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that. I think
What do you
people
mean?
need to know that it exists.
No, if you have 40 million or you have 20 million people who bought part 1 and 12 million by part 2, you are losing. You could not market it to anybody else, and you were supposed to capture those people, but they released a garbage game that people did not want to come by. I'm not saying that they should market. Understand what I'm saying is that you're saying you use God of War as a point to the marketing, and I'm saying no because they already marketed that for part 1 and they didn't come over anyway, so they didn't get any more from that. If anything, it was just kind of a waste. Their marketing, whatever they spent on marketing, made them lose more money because they ended up not selling as many.
Well, I don't know that it would have sold even the level it did unless they marketed.
Maybe that's true.
The assumption
Maybe that's
is
true.
that the average gamer like that actually pays attention. They don't. The average gamer is very aloof to any of this stuff. They're just average people like doing their day-to-day, whatever. A lot of times they're just watching Netflix or Hulu or something like that. The idea that they would go buy one of these games is the only way they would even know is if somebody puts it in their face because they're not paying attention. They're just not.
This is the thing. Let me say one thing too about the marketing that we're all talking about here, because another aspect of the marketing when it comes to video games is understanding that marketing a video game is not the same as marketing a movie or music, where you can go ahead and somebody doesn't need to know how to do anything but open their eyes and watch or open their ears and listen, right? Like gaming, if I show you South of Midnight, you don't know what the fuck that feels like. You don't know how that controls. You don't know anything. There's no demos. There's no samples of games anymore, okay? For the most part, where you can go ahead and be like, hey, try this demo today, right? They're not doing that. Nobody's doing that outside of select games.
Yeah.
So you cannot say that if they marketed the shit out of South of Midnight, that people were going to be like, I'm going to go buy an Xbox to play South of Midnight.
It's not likely that they would market South of Midnight just because of the size of the game. They probably would not have done anything beyond that. Doom the Dark Ages they could have, right? Or maybe take Indiana Jones. Maybe they did do that. I don't know, right? So that's the thing. You want to make those kind of games be more zeitgeisty. Well, guess how you do that? You put it out there so people actually know about it. So I think there's work they can do here. But I don't know. Like to me, it's not a question of does it matter to me because I already know about it. It matters that the game continues, right? I want an indie too. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, right? And that's based on how well it
I
did
thought we already heard that
across the platforms.
they already
Yeah,
greenlit a part zone.
Yeah, and then the question is like, is it going to be at the same level or not? That's all up to them. But that's the thing that I would get from it, right? So if I want the next Halo, let's say the next Halo fails miserably, is Halo Studios going to be closed? That's a problem, right? So for me, like if Halo doesn't continue, that's kind of sick. That's kind of an annoying, the feeling to me, right? That's a kind of a shitty place to be. I don't want that to happen, right? But it could happen, right? The flip side of that, Marathon is being marketed, and I don't know where the hell that is.
Because the game doesn't look good. It doesn't look good no matter how. If you put shit in front of people, it's still shit. I could call everybody I know to come look at the fact that my dog took a shit. I don't have a dog, but my dog took a shit. I'm still showing them shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter. So if the game is trash, it's trash. You know what I'm saying?
And that's something they need to work through, right? But yeah, so I think there are potentially ways to do that and make it so that people recognize. So it does in some ways to your answer to your question. Yes, in some ways it does matter to me. It's just more of a, if a game's available to somebody and they don't even know that it exists and they would have played it if they knew, that is somewhat of a problem in that it takes away from the potential for the next game, right? Or that studio continuing. That's where it kind of sucks. But
so
otherwise,
what
it doesn't necessarily
so
matter.
You know what the other side of the spectrum is, after they go ahead and market that game, okay, people say, okay, oh, what's that game? Cool. Do you think they go straight to buy because they saw an ad, or do they say, I wonder what that game reviewed? I wonder what people are talking about that game. And then they go
exactly
and Google, and then they see South of Midnight gets a 7 or a 6 or a 8, whatever it is, but the words are it's not fun, or the platform is not good, or what. So they did that, and then this is all you're doing when you're advertising is leading them to somebody else to finish the sell for you. But if you know that every time, how many amazing games do we have that we experience, and then they go to the review land of IGN and get fucking shot down?
Does it matter though? I mean, isn't the point to get to that next part?
No, because if they come there and they see it's a bad review, then they're gone. So you spend money for them to leave anyway. When you, in fact, could just piggyback off the fact that IGN, when they post that review, is going to go to the same 17 million people, right? Like, I don't know. I just feel like, I guess because I literally spend the money on marketing my goddamn self so much, so much, obviously not to this level, but like so much that is literally pissing in the wind, right? Like it's all imaginary. You can have the best product, you can have the best service, you can have everything. Guess what? There's other games that are good on that other platform that they already own that they can go buy right now without having to buy another console. They have the ability to do this. It's not real, bro. That's why Xbox doesn't do it, my dude. That's why they don't do it, because they know that the actual return on this shit is just fucking up their game's margins. That's what it's doing. If they spent that money on these games that they know for a fact that are not going to fuck it. Now, I guarantee you, if everybody goes and gives one of their games a 10, like if it's like some crazy high Metacritic and it's a game that's not a niche game, okay, those two things have to be true. It has to be a game that they know is widely popular, and then they got amazing reviews. Yes, Microsoft will go fucking sing that shit from the rooftops, because they know that they already checked off the fact that it is a highly desired type of game that has the possibility to sell a lot, and the reference point where people are going to go to, which is to check the reviews, are all going to praise it. So if they have those two things checked off, then yes, they will go ahead and be like, hey, everybody, check out this game. The world is saying it's amazing. You should probably check it out yourself to see that they're right. Yes. If you have a game that you put out and the reviews, because first of all, to be clear, there's no need to market before a game comes out. No need. The time to market is when you have it available now to buy. Any other time is just bullshit make believe. Okay, because people will forget by the time. You know how many people wishlist a game and then never fucking buy it? The number is crazy. They had some developer, some indie developer put out there. He had 1 million fucking wish lists and sold like 2,000 copies of the game. Okay, so it's all that shit is a fallacy. It's just hype for hype's sake. Okay, it's not going to change things. So you market when the game's available to be purchased, because that's now a console shit like that. You got to market with time. Why? Because people have to save up their money, right? People have to save up their money. But when you have a $50, $40, $60 game, you don't need that much time. Sure, you show it, people get hyped up a little bit before time. But the point is, at the end of the day, once that game's out, once there's reviews that you can point people to, yes, they do it. That's why they put out these hype videos, right? The hype videos take the select top reviews and puts them on the fucking screen and say, look at what these people said. They don't say, hey, look at what the shit people said. The problem is the shit people are typically the biggest people, like an IGN or a GameSpot, the people who have curated a group of players who go watch, right? It's really something that I know it sucks, but it's just the truth. I know it sucks, but it is the truth. And for people who, if you think about Microsoft, you think about Xbox, yes, you think about Microsoft, $4 trillion company. Okay, let's bring that down to reality. $4 trillion is Microsoft, but Xbox is obviously much smaller than that, is a piece of it. Xbox has more games in development than every other publisher that owns a platform combined. Okay. They are making more games right now than Xbox and Nintendo combined right now. And not releasing in 1 year. I'm talking about working on. It's just there's 40 studios.
Yeah.
PlayStation and Nintendo, they don't have that many studios. But
yeah,
the point is that they're spending money every day that's not being given back to them. So they don't look at it they can't live in a bubble that is just, hey, this one game is right here and we're just going to spend all the money and see what happens. It's just not. Okay. It's just not. And I know that it would be nice to see it and have all that stuff going on and happening. But it's like, I'd rather them spend those dollars that will literally just be just as good as burning that shit in the street. I'd rather them spend that money on Game Pass day one games for me. I'd rather them spend that money on getting third-party day one games. I'd rather them spend that money on making their first-party lineup the best it could be, because you can't treat marketing money like it doesn't exist and is not real. It's very real, and it has a very real impact on their bottom line. So if they go ahead and waste it when it's not, you're literally just fulfilling a narrative that factually doesn't matter to them anymore. The ship has sailed, my dudes. It has. You're not going to take PlayStation, that name brand, off the mantle. Only PlayStation can do that. If PlayStation decides no new box, if Project Helix comes out and it's amazing, and PlayStation 6 doesn't come out for years, and it's just the games are so easily seen as this crazy, beautiful, amazing game on Helix, and on PlayStation 5 Pro, it looks like dog shit in comparison, and you do that for a long enough time, not just a little bit of time, long enough time, that games that come out that matter are huge, then you might end up with a sliver of that Xbox 360 moment where they had a new box out when another box wasn't. The games look amazing there and look shit on a PlayStation in comparison. In that world, yes, there's a slight chance that you get some of that happening. Everything else, I can't, man. I just can't. I can't see where the numbers make sense. I can't. And I know that if you think about everything we known about Xbox, okay, when Phil saved it from being literally fucking almost closed, I don't think that we should be demanding them to limit how many games they're going to sell, to demand that they spend money to put these games in front of people who are not going to buy these games. I just think that we should just focus on the shit that we have. That's amazing. Xbox is not leaving us behind. They're giving us more and more and more, especially if you're a Game Pass subscriber. If you're a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber, bro, you are you're eating like a god in gaming right now. No one in gaming eats more than you do. Don't let these ponies fucking fool you. They're not buying 32 games or 30 or what? How many 15, 20 games we get typically between first party and third party in any given month? We get like 10, 15, right? 15 games. They're not buying 15 fucking games. They're not. I promise you. They're not buying 15 games in a month. You are playing games like no one else. Like no one else in the entire industry. You are playing games like no one else. That is the fact. 100%. Let me get the homie JD Gamer. JD, first of all, thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. I know this is a stressful topic because there's a lot of people feeling a lot of things. JD Gamer with that $2 super chat. I appreciate you, my dude. Says Forza was niche until it wasn't niche. Yes. But Forza Horizon, right? Forza Motorsport, so niche that they kind of are not going to fuck with it too much, right? Right? So it's like Forza Motorsport is a fantastic game, right? But it's not meant for the casual. Forza Horizon is meant for the casual. And now that it's everywhere, you're going to see the Forza brand go even bigger. It's going to get even bigger. It's going to eat Gran Turismo's lunch. And I know you might say, yeah, but it's a different type of game. Yeah. There's not that many people who play Gran Turismo because it's a competitive game. It's because it's the only way they could play a nice looking fucking car game, right? They're going to fucking just keep growing and get bigger because they are allowing themselves to be not niche, right? Because in and of itself, being only on Xbox would, to some circles, make it niche, right? Because you're only exposed to a certain group, even though it's on PC, which obviously blows that up. But, you know, again, yeah, you're right. Forza is definitely not niche anymore. But Forza was on Xbox exclusively forever, and that didn't change anything. It was there for 4 years, my guys. 4 years. Forza Horizon 5. 50 million players. Didn't take Xbox anywhere. Didn't take them. They didn't. You got JD Gamer in the building with that $5, which I appreciate you, my dude. Says people buy things based on feelings and zeitgeist, especially the common customer. Rarely have I ever sold something to someone that was fully informed. Well, of course, you make people informed, right? Sure. But this is the thing. You also haven't sold something to someone who is fully invested in something else already. You're not going to go talk to a Ford guy and fucking convince him that he should trust fucking Chevy over Ford. He's not. He's going to tell you the stories of why he fucking trusts Ford and not Chevy. That's what he's going to do. PlayStation people, you could talk to them to their fucking blue in their face and tell them, hey, it's cheaper over here. It's this over here. They're going to say, yeah, that's cool, but you probably can't play with your PlayStation friends, right? Oh, you can? I don't know. Yeah. No, I'll probably just stay with what I am. Oh, but there's Game Pass. Yeah, I don't really have time to play that many games. I have a few games that I play, and I just play with my friends, after work every fucking weekend and, every Friday night or so. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, the group of people who are outside of our bubble is so far away from us. Like, it's fucking night and day. Like if you go talk to somebody who's not invested like we are about games, they don't even know what the fuck half the shit you're saying even means. That's the reality. That's the reality. They don't know. They don't care to know. That's the bigger problem. They don't care to know. They don't take gaming seriously like we do. They just don't. Have you ever been into something and tried to tell somebody about it? Have you ever been into fucking ultimate frisbee and try to tell somebody who's not into ultimate frisbee about how amazing it is and why they should try it? They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They don't. That's why Xbox is just marketing to the people they know who do care and hoping to convince that group of people to spend the money. It's just what it is, man. Then we got JD back with a $2 super chat, man. I appreciate you, my dude. I really do. I really appreciate it. Says all brands fail eventually, and there's no permanent winners. Agreed. Okay, agreed. There's no one who is set in stone that is going to win everything every time. But if you are one of the people who are in that race, at a certain point, you have to decide when you're done waiting. Or should Xbox have said, let's wait to see what PlayStation 6 does first? Maybe. Or maybe they said, nah, I'm not done waiting. Let me hold on. I have to get the homie fucking Shane in the building. What's up, my dude? Thank you for being here, brother. Says Xbox guys cry about exclusives and expect every day one for only $20 a month. LOL. No fan base is bored, titled, and whiny. Hargeet, is he wrong?
I mean, you should expect whatever you want to expect, right? As a fan of anything, as a consumer of anything, it's up to you, right? If it's not for you, it's not for you. Right? So,
Facts.
I mean, if you don't want to pay 20, 30, whatever it is, it's up to you, right? And, you know, I don't know. But expectations are expectations. People have expectations of everything, right? So you just have to accept it.
It's just
the market tells you what's going to work.
At a certain point, it's like, yes, but then you have to account for every dumb fuck in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't make that. Yeah, you can't make like that type of, you know, that can't be how you move. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to move where the market tells you. And when you have people who act like they are the word, and turns out that the word doesn't move that way, it's kind of silly. You can't expect everything. Like that's just unrealistic. Like I want my games. That's what this is about, or at least that's what I always thought it was, right? Like we want the games. We're getting the games. I don't know. All right, listen. This has been a very good conversation. Okay. I will say I didn't expect us to go this long on it. This is probably a record at this point because, guys, technically we haven't started this show. like technically. Okay. So I don't know what happened. I need like the timestamp of when we started talking about this shit because this is real crazy. All right. Well, let's fucking get the show cracking. All right, because this is wild. It's really wild. All right. Listen, I already have it ready to go here. So let me take my chapter. All right, we're gonna get started. Because what I was excited about to start the show with was fucking Metro 2039. I don't know if there's a lot of Metro fans in here, but goddamn, am I a Metro fan? All right, I'm gonna get this chapter right here, and then we're gonna get popping. All right, guys. This week we had the absolute banger of an announcement, courtesy of an Xbox video that was put up. That was about oh shit. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to change my timestamp because I just saw our boy fucking walk up in the building and fucking lay his shit down like nobody could fuck with him. It's our motherfucking homie Spartan661. He just went ahead and gifted 50 on Point for Gamer memberships, man. Shout out to the motherfucking homie Spartan661. Shout out to my dude, man. Y'all know what to do. Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emojis in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us today. And of course, our boy Spartan661, you know what it is. Go ahead in the chat right now. If you're a member, go over, look at your emojis and find that motherfucking FB emoji and give our boy Spartan661 what he wants, what he needs, what he deserves. That FB emoji in the chat. Shout out to our homie, motherfucking Spartan661. Thank you, my dude. Appreciate the support. Means a lot to me, man. All right, let me go ahead and update this banner real quick. So go here, go here. There we go. Spartan, thank you, my dude. Very, very kind of you, bro. Much appreciated. All right. Now, gotta take a new chapter because that was not gonna fly. All right. So this week we had the absolute banger of an announcement via Xbox dropping a new first look and announcement of Metro 2039. That's right. It was Metro 2033 and then Metro Exodus. Was there a 34? Metro 34?
No, I think it was 33. That was one of the games, and then they had
33 was
Metro. Yeah, but they had Metro something like
there's
Redux
Metro
or something
Exodus.
Like that.
But was that part
Metro
2
Exodus.
or was that part 3?
I don't know, but there wasn't a 4 or 34. I don't think there was a 34. I can always look it up, I suppose, but
yeah. So I can see how many Metro games are there. But Metroid 2039 is out. Or sorry, the announcement is out.
Coming. Yeah.
It's coming.
Do you want the list, by the way? I have it.
What is it?
It's Metro 2033, then Last Light, Redux, Exodus, Awakening, and now 2039.
Yeah, I think Awakening is the VR game or some shit.
Yeah, it's VR.
So so part 2 was Last Light, part 3 was Exodus. Exodus was a monster because it literally puts fucking path tracing in to a console, which was real crazy. And they're taking that to the next level. But they did go ahead and do that announcement via Xbox, and they put up that video. And I gotta tell you, I was very, very pumped to see it. I watched the whole thing. It's an awesome video. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. I'm gonna read through some of the stuff that they announced. I'm very, very pumped for Metro. Just to kind of get a temperature gauge in the chat. Metro, are you guys into the Metro series? I played everyone and I beat everyone. I enjoyed every single Metro. Hargi, are you a Metro fan or?
I'm muted. Sorry, I'm muted.
Sorry.
I mean, I've played a little bit of them. They're okay. I'm not that much of a fan of them. I mean, they seem okay. I get bored of them for some reason. I don't know.
Okay. Well, all right. So, I mean, I am a huge fan of it. Number one, graphics, they always push them really well. Story-wise, I really, really dig them. You know, they're kind of, somber, but they have some lightheartedness to it when you see some of the glimpses of hope that they show you, but then there's total tragedy and devastation. It's really phenomenal. It's basically everything that what's the other game that Xbox had a partnership with in Game Pass that's similar? Stalker. It's like Stalker but more accessible, and I would say more polished. Okay. So I didn't finish Stalker 2, but I mean that was a fine game, but it just I didn't get to finish it. I might go back some point. I don't know, but Metro, I fucking love all these games. So they went ahead and showed this game off, and I was so impressed. Now I am using a new setup, guys. So as you can see, I'm not frozen. And normally, I mean, obviously I did a workaround where I was like splitting half my screen and shit. But now what I did, I just brought in a whole new computer, right? Attached it to StreamYard as a different person. And when you're in StreamYard, you have the power to also show your screen. So I'm using that to put the screen up. And now I don't have to worry about anything, but I will be looking to the side instead of looking straight now. But listen, we got to make sacrifices. You know what I'm saying? So this is from Xbox Wire. They have the video here too, but you know, I don't think I can put it and successfully show you and go through this. So it says everything. So Metro 2039 is Xbox first look. Everything we learned today from this world premiere broadcast. Let me move this over. All right. So Xbox first look, Metro 2039 with 4A Games and Deep Silver just concluded, bringing us the world premiere of the much anticipated fourth mainline game in the series. You will play the series' new voiced protagonist, the Stranger, in its darkest chapter yet, returning to a post-apocalyptic Moscow metro that's been overrun by a fascist regime. The Ukrainian studio is open about how their experience of invasion by Russia has deeply shaped their perspective and fundamentally altered their game. They did say that as well in the video. Literally, like they were making the game, then everything happened. And after that happened, they like changed the story to like really emphasize, you know, that particular aspect of it. So man, it's gonna be so good, bro. I can't wait. And path tracing is going to be in this game on consoles and is going to be fucking crazy. All right, Metro 2039 is the upcoming fourth mainline entry in 4A Games' iconic series of post-apocalyptic first-person shooters. Like the previous games in the series, it will be a story-driven single-player campaign crafted with skill and passion by a global team founded and still majority-based in Ukraine. Today, we got a first look at the game, its story, and its creators in a video presentation. Not had a chance. They're going to do a summary. So the story. All right. After Metro Exodus expanded the scope of the series world, Metro 2039 will return to its roots in the Moscow Metro, going back to the tunnels and leaning into what makes Metro Metro. According to creative director Andriy Shevchenko, all the various independent factions that previously populated the Metro have now been united under a fascist dictatorship led by literal Führer. How do you pronounce that? Führer, right? Führer. I think that's what it's called. Führer. You will play as the Stranger, a recluse plagued by his violent nightmares, forced to undertake a harrowing journey back down to the Metro, a place he swore to never return, as described by co-creative director and lead audio designer Pavel Ulmer. Audio in those games are also crazy good. Notably, the Stranger will be the first fully voiced lead protagonist, which I like that. I feel like a lot, and I don't know where you sit on this, Hargeet. I feel like there's some people who do not like when the protagonist they're playing as has a voice, but I prefer that in every game. Like, doesn't matter what game it is. I always want my character to read the lines because like I know I'm role playing as them, but I don't know if it's me, but I don't ever think I'm them. I look at it like more like I'm playing God. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm controlling them. You know, I make the decisions that I want to make as if it were me, but I'm making them do it. I don't know. Does it bother you when the character's voiced?
No, it's just it's whatever the developer, right, what the creative director wants or whatever. I'm okay with that. It's their choice. I can see it more when you have character creation where you create the character that maybe you want to not see that. But even then, if it's voiced and you get to choose, like, out of these 4 voices or
Which
8,
voice you want?
you
Yep.
pick the one you want. Like, fair enough. I don't, like, whatever. It's fine.
All right.
It's preferable to have voice than not, right? But
Yeah.
because what I don't like is I have to read everything. Like, come on,
Yeah.
we're not in
I
the
feel that.
1980s anymore.
Yeah. As amazing as Replaced is, it's not voiced, and I wish it was, but only because I feel like they would have crushed that too. You know what I'm saying? Like if they had the budget, they would have crushed it and it would have been amazing. It's not a knock against it because the game is so amazing, but that would have been took you right over to the top. All right. So so it's gonna be the first fully voiced lead protagonist, which I'm excited about. I feel like you could tell a better story that way. The cinematic reveal trailer took us into one of Stranger's nightmares, bouncing around associatively between grim and violent moments and images from throughout his traumatic life, never knowing what is truly real. On waking in the present, he starts heading with grim determination back down into the Metro. This will be the darkest chapter in the Metro saga yet, according to Ulmer. We are not romanticizing the post-apocalypse or making a theme park out of it. Metro has always been a more tragic view on our actions as humanity. And I mean, you get a glimpse of the screenshot there of the game, and it's like, fucking A, bro. They're beast. Gameplay. The presentation ended with a brief clip of mixed gameplay and cinematics. Our first taste of what Metro 2039 has in store. Set in a ruined Metro station, we see hallmarks of the series: familiar handcrafted weaponry, gorgeous visuals, and a preference for using in-game objects rather than a traditional UI. Most notably, the Stranger's watch ticking down. That's iconic in the game. It's almost as iconic as like Fallout's Pip-Boy. You know what I'm saying? Like that watch, you see him every time. You know what game you're looking at. All right, Stranger's watch ticking down. We see some glimpses of exploration with the Stranger looking to examine a body slumped against a pillar before we get an action set piece. The Stranger is attacked by Nosalices, returning monsters that resemble ferocious moles with the size and proportions of gorillas, Jesus, which have crashed down into the tunnel leading to the station. The sequence gives us a sense of the tactical nature of combat. The Stranger chooses to rush down an escalator rather than take on the fight immediately, but upon readying his weapon, it misfires, seemingly indicating how the player will need to pay close attention to ammo and maintenance. As a Nautilus begins to maul him, the Stranger pulls out a knife and stabs the beast in its neck. As they turn back to escape, we see a kneeling older man with an assault rifle guarding a populated Metro tunnel, giving us a quick look at the kinds of settlements we'll be able to visit. The Stranger quickly crawls backwards as 2 more monsters bear down and the heavy metal doors slide shut just in time. Environmental storytelling. If you're familiar with the series, you know that's the name of the game, right? Like you live in this world. Okay. Like they really build it out beautifully, really make you feel like you're down there. Every detail of Metro 2039's world will be deliberately handcrafted to create a sense of history and lived in specificity. Shevchenko described this approach to narrative level design as frozen stories. That was pretty cool when he was talking about this. These aren't your grandma's environmental storytelling skeletons and graffiti, but rather areas thoughtfully staged with items, bodies, and props to allow observant players to piece together micro narratives throughout the environment. Nothing is prefabricated. Everything is unique and grounded. Explained executive producer John Bloch, when you walk into a room, it's clear that a person lived there. You can feel what they were doing right before they left or died. The engine. Dude, first of all, look at that scene right there. God damn. Is that fucking gorgeous? Look at that. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. The engine, like all their previous games, Metro 2039 has been built in 4A Games' own custom engine. Having their own engine has always allowed them to make the Metro games visually stunning and performant. This shared technological lineage of now over 15 years allows each entry in the series to take advantage of and build upon everything developed for the preceding games. 4A engine is purpose-built to make the games that we want to make, says Bloch. If we need to build a new feature or do something in a specific way with our own engine, we can just make it. We're limited only by our vision. He explained that 4A engine allowed them to be early pioneers of ray tracing with Metro Exodus, and they are pushing this even further in Metro 2039. Shaped by war and Ukrainian pride, a recurring theme throughout the presentation, both implicit and explicit, was how Metro 2039 has been informed by the majority of Ukrainian studios' recent experience of war from the invasion of Russia. It even led to the entire planned story of this game being reworked to reflect the real lives of the people making it. Everything we had planned for the next chapter of Metro changed, says Bloch. Dmitry Glukowski, who wrote the novels the games are based on, has returned to help craft the story for Metro 2039. That's wild, because didn't they have like a beef with him? Remember, there was some type of beef that happened because they paid him for the stories, but then like they paid him really cheap, and he didn't know, like he didn't expect it to like blow up, and then afterwards it blew up. He was trying to get more or some shit like that. It was like stupid low they paid for the rights to it. It was crazy. All right. So everything we had planned for the next chapter Metro changed. All right, Dimitri came back to write it. All while living in exile from his native Russia for criticizing the government, including for its invasion of Ukraine. The meaning of our games has always been about preventing war, said Ulmer. But now, Shevchenko added, war is our reality, and our message has shifted to be about the consequences, the cost of silence, the horrors of tyranny, and the price of freedom. Ulmer continued, when Russia's full-scale invasion began, it changed the lives of everyone in the studio, but more so our team and families in Ukraine. Even today, the majority of our team works from various locations around Ukraine. Reality forced us to take a different approach, told from a uniquely Ukrainian perspective, but this is still a Metro story in the Metro universe, says Shevchenko. We look forward to learning more about Metro 2039 in the lead up to its release this winter. And it is a Xbox Play Anywhere title. Again, when I think about the price increase they did, I think about their promise of more. And I think you would know at this point that Xbox Play Anywhere is such an amazing thing to have if you're someone who plays different ways, right? If you have a PC, if you play on handhelds, if you like to play on cloud, if you do all this stuff, being Xbox Play Anywhere is huge. For people like me, it's a godsend. Same thing with Hargeet, right? He likes to play his games on PC or on the console. Having an Xbox Play Anywhere, it's the shit, okay? Is the shit, and that's what we want to keep seeing. So I'm all for it. I'm definitely feeling them going ahead and getting that. That's a win. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and put this on while we chat. Don't want volume though, so here it is. Bam. Okay, so Metro 2039 got announced. First of all, there was rumors that there was going to be a show, right? Like last week, there was a rumor that there was going to be a show this week. And then shortly after that, Xbox kind of confirmed that it would be, the Metro game. I mean, let me ask you this: is this marketing for Xbox? Like, is this them getting this game as on their stage, right? Like on their channel, with the Xbox branding, being there, being an Xbox Play Anywhere. I mean, is this a W for them? Do you think?
I think it's good that they have showcases like this, but is it a W? I that's yet to be seen, right? How much do Metro games sell? Are they going to like this isn't marketing, this is just simply telling you that it exists. So in a way, maybe it's marketing in that you have like an announcement. But that's not a hey, somebody doesn't know that Metro exists, they'll suddenly know that Metro exists, because you'd have to go there to do this, right? So you'd have to go there and find this. It would be another thing if they like start doing ad campaigns on TikTok or something, where they, you happen to type something or happen to have interest in something in this arena, and they show you that ad of this game, and it's like, oh, okay, let me click on that, and you get the video or something like that, right? That would be an ad. This is, more. It's just to announce that the game exists, right? So, cool, right? It's cool that they showed it to us. We get to see it's Play Anywhere. That's good, but we get to see something more about it with more like a dev direct kind of an equivalent, right? This went and talked to the developers. They then showed some gameplay afterwards. Kind of cool, right? So they kind of had a more of a dev direct type of a thing here. But is it marketing? I don't know if I would call it marketing. I'd call it they're certainly announcing the game, right? Which is cool. But that's cool. So I liked the format. It was kind of nice.
Yeah, it wasn't too long, right? 15 minutes.
Yeah.
They did the little story trailer up front, interspersed with conversations from the devs, kind of talking about what you're seeing, what you can expect from the game, and then they ended it with like that first look at gameplay mixed with cinematics, right? So all right, from my perspective, I think this is a huge W. I think Metro is a pretty big franchise. It sells pretty well. And I think, associating this game with Xbox, which I think they've done in the past, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like Metro has worked with Xbox in the past on their other games. So I don't think this is like unique. Like I don't think this is new, but it is a win, man. Like this is an exciting game reveal for me, right? Like I'm really, really pumped about it. I don't know. In the chat, let us know if you're pumped for Metro, but I don't know how many people are into it who are here. I don't know how much the the core audience that watches these type of things have been messing with this game, but I for sure have really, really loved it. So I'm definitely
we could do a poll and ask.
Oh yeah,
we can close the other one, by the way, where it looks like exclusives won.
Exclusives won. Exclusive won by 4% for sure.
Yeah.
Well, technically by
8%.
By 8%.
Really count it. Yeah.
The spread is 8%.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and do a poll. Metro. Oh no, it's over here. Metro 2039. Hyped. Don't care. Yeah, let's see. I put Metro 2039 hyped or don't care. It's a good question. I feel like this is the type of announcement that I'm excited for because, when did Metro Exodus come out? Was that for this generation or last generation?
I thought it was this generation, wasn't it?
I feel like it was, but I don't remember 100%.
I'll just look up the release date. It was Feb 15, 2019, so it was previous gen.
Yep. So it was right before. So it was, Big Dog on PC, and then went to it was on the Xbox One. I don't know if Xbox One had all the ray tracing and all that shit. I don't know if that was
Very
only
unlikely.
after. Yeah, I
Not
don't think it
very
was there. I
likely.
think it was after they brought it to this generation that they did that upgrade. So like this is a big deal because this is going to be their first, they pushed, let's be clear, they push the hardware, right? Like they make great looking games, right? So this is going to be their first next gen focus game. So, I mean, there's a substantial power difference between last gen and this gen.
It's funny that they're gonna release the game 1 year before the next gen again, right?
Fucking A. That's true. Is this coming out this year?
I think so. I think they said 26.
That would be crazy.
I'm pretty sure they said that. Did they not?
That would be crazy. No way.
I'm pretty
No
sure.
way.
Release.
There's no way.
Date? Yeah, winter 2026. Yeah,
what?
Coming out this year. Yeah.
Fucking A, man. Holy shit. See?
Which I mean, winter 2026 would be like Christmas. I don't know. Like,
I mean, it'd be
maybe
like
they
the Indiana Jones slot, right?
Indiana Jones was before that. I think it was December 12th or 8th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was this. Oh, you mean like the literal winter, like after the 21st.
Winter would be
December.
after 21st.
Yeah. That's a bit. That would be wild. Let me get real quick. Dark Zone. He says, "See, it was Andrzej Sapkowski, the guy who made the Witcher books that had the beef with CD Projekt Red.
I know the Witcher one. They definitely had issues.
Okay, so that's the story. So that dude gave them the rights to the books or whatever for like nothing, and then it blew up. And he was like, "Come on, man, the fuck, you gotta give me some cash, man. You gotta give me some cash. Don't do stupid things." You know what I'm saying? Thank you for that clarification, Dark Zone. But yeah, so this is going to be their first foray into next gen only, which this is the realm that they lived in anyway, right? Like PC was the big version of Exodus when it dropped, because that's had all the bells and whistles. So yeah, this is a huge thing. And Mr. Kima in the chat makes a great point here. He says Metro 2033 was debuted at the Xbox Showcase in 2017, running on the Xbox One X.
2030
couldn't have been not 2033. That had to be Last Light, or that had to be Exodus. You mean
it'd have to be Exodus, right? That makes more sense.
Yeah, Exodus. Yeah.
Because it came out in 2019. Yeah, I would expect that to be Exodus, because 2033.
Yeah, 2033. Didn't that come out in like? Didn't that come out in like 2014 or 2013 or some shit like that? The first Metro.
2010.
2010. Okay, yeah. So
it's very old.
He must be talking about Exodus.
Exodus. It's got to be Exodus.
Which I remember that trailer actually, where that creature jumps and he closes the door on it and he's like the things coming through, and yeah.
So I wonder if they do the same thing, right? With like since 2019 and then 2020 we get the Xbox Series console equivalent upgrade, and what if they do the same thing with the Helix, right? Because it's coming, right? So
they're definitely gonna do that. They're definitely gonna do that. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I wonder how that's gonna be, man, because like once essentially it's gonna be the PC version, like the settings that they use over there, right, are just going to kind of come over, you would assume, with just making it where they set it up perfectly for the capabilities of that box, right? So they kind of work on it and make sure that it's optimized for the Helix to get the most out of the fixed box. But yeah, I think they're gonna have all that shit ready to go. So it's really just kind of turning it on, right? Like just moving it over and being like, all right, what's the best version to use there, and optimize it over and over again until it, just fucking sings. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They're doing it the same way. It's like they like to end the generation. You know what I'm saying? They want to come out in the generation and then fucking do a big hat. But this shit is stunning. They're cooking. It's gonna be so good, man. Bounty, I see you play. What's up, homie? Yeah, this is really for me, a great announcement. I think they crushed having this come out here, and the Xbox Play Anywhere play. I mean, that's huge too, man. Metro didn't have to do it. Xbox is serious about this Play Anywhere. They're already ready for what's to come. Like talking about Helix, like this will be ready for Helix. This is, you bought the game once. When it's time, if you upgrade, you're good. You don't have to worry about another copy. You don't have to worry about an upgrade fee or any of that bullshit. It's Xbox Play Anywhere. It's just gonna work. Like, let me ask you, Huggy, when you look at games like this, does that like mean something to you personally nowadays when you look at it? Like, do you feel like Play Anywhere is important?
Yeah, I tend to pick that one. So if it's a Play Anywhere title, I'll usually play that. Buy that one instead of the one on Steam. And it's mostly because, hey, my experience, like the achievements, I get them in my Xbox achievements. And it's like, well, I've cataloged a lot of achievements on that side, so not that it, like, I don't know if it necessarily matters from the game itself perspective. Sometimes it used to be like patches were kind of delayed for the Xbox version versus the Steam version, but like I don't know, I generally don't play games like immediately, so because I don't have FOMO, so I'll play them whenever they're ready. But yeah, I tend to look at that, and then like when a game says it's Play Anywhere, I'm more likely to pick it up. Crimson, I bought exactly that way, like Xbox, because it's Play Anywhere. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'm gonna play that with my Xbox profile, and I get to get all the achievements. But yeah, there are many games that's what I'll do. Like, oh, this is Play Anywhere, cool. Let me go play it on the PC. So
Right.
Yeah, it's a very convenient, cool feature. I like it. But yeah, for those who don't like care about that, it's fine. But it is very convenient if there's any time where you might end up with a handheld that's like a PC, right? And you can now just use your game. You own it. It's done. You don't have to think about it. You just download and play. It's a very, very cool feature. I hope like more publishers actually start leveraging it and it becomes more ubiquitous. There are certain games that come out that aren't, and it's like, oh, that's a bummer. Why is that not Play Anywhere?
Especially when the previous game is Play Anywhere. Like for instance, Resident Evil Requiem. That's the biggest one that I'm feeling right now, because like they sent me a copy of the game to play it on Xbox, and like Resident Evil has fucking crazy path tracing on the PC, and it's like, man, it's fucking me up. Like it literally made me stop playing it because, well, I had other shit to play, but like I want to play it that way. Like I feel like the deeper I get on the Xbox, I'm missing out more on the PC version. So I don't know. I'm still debating. I might try to pick that up on a sale or something. I don't know. But it does make a difference. The Xbox Play Anywhere shit is just so dope, especially for people like us, right? Who have multiple, touch points for games, right? Now, obviously people who only have a console, they don't care. Okay, look at right here. Let's pause this right now. Okay. Do you have a beef with this?
Well, I guess some people didn't like that it's listing Steam and Epic and PS5 and like, I don't know, whatever. Personally, I kind of I would rather that be the norm. I know the other platforms don't do it. In fact, I would rather like the governments come in and say, no, you have to tell people where they can buy it for any trailer, right? Because it just makes more sense for people who are engaging to know, oh, that'll be on my system. This is the system I'm going to buy it on. Perfect, right? So I would force it the other way. I tend to like this so that people who are viewing this say, oh, okay, I can get this on Epic or Steam. Cool, I'll buy it there. Or no, I want to play it on PlayStation. Fair enough, I'll buy it there. I don't have any problem with this, but others do. And from what we just saw in the poll, I'm sure many people in the audience would actually hate to see these logos. And fair enough. Again, if that's going to make you happy, fine, pull the logos. I prefer the opposite. I prefer PlayStation put out a trailer and it tells me it's going to be on Xbox, because I would rather engage there. That's the way it is, right? So for me, that's a better option. But this is the industry we're in. It's crappy until some government comes in and says, no, you have to tell people where everything's going to be. It's going to be this way. And so I get it. To me, no, I don't have a problem with this at all. I don't care. I think it's good. I like this. I like that it's just open and tells you this is where it's going to be. It's good for the developer because they will then get engagement with those other platforms that want to buy it. That's awesome, right? And it gives Xbox the chance to get more trailers and more of these kinds of engagements because they're not going to block it. They're not going to sit there and say, no, we can't talk about those other platforms. It's like the developer doesn't care. They're putting in the effort to make that available in these other places. And they want to tell those people, you can play this game too. Please go buy my game, right? For them, it's much more about that. So unless Microsoft were giving them money to say, oh, we're going to market this on your behalf, and therefore we're paying you to take away potential sales from these other platforms, fine. But I don't think we're in that world anymore. So I think this is fine for me. I don't care. But I know there are going to be people in the chat who will care. So
well, let's find out, because right now 65% of the people are hyped for this game. Okay. So there's a group of people, the majority of people who are in here who are excited for this game. So I do want to know how often, okay, I mean, like, how does this affect you? Like, does this piss you off? All right, hold on. Does having the PlayStation logo on an Xbox focused event / game set you? Okay, we'll put that in there. Let's see what people are thinking. Because this is going to be you already know, well, you didn't see it, but on social media, people are already crying about the fact that Xbox had the fucking logos on there. People are re-releasing the image with the 3 on the bottom gone because this is the way it should have been. And it's like, I guess I just don't understand. What does it matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, again, do you think somebody who owns an Xbox is going to be like, nah, I'm going to go buy it on PlayStation? Did you think if PlayStation players, saw this release and didn't see their logo, that they would just give up all hope and not Google whether the game was coming to PlayStation or not? Like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, what games do you want Microsoft to play? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think I comprehend it.
Yeah, I think they just see that the other platforms are doing that, and like they will not put other logos on there. And if that's the shitty game that needs to be played, then they should do the same thing on Xbox's side. And I can see it. I can see it from both sides. For me, I like it this way. I prefer to just know, which is why I like the generals, like the Keeley show. It just shows me everybody's going to get this or no, whatever, right? I get to see immediately. Okay, this game is coming to this platform that I like, or that platform. I like that. I prefer to just see all the logos, but I do get it. Like, this is a platform holder, and so I can see it from that perspective. If all the platforms were playing nice and doing the same thing, great. They're not. It's shitty. They're not, though. And so, do you compete at the same level? I guess you do. I don't know. Again, you'll probably see the same kind of results in the chat. I was surprised it was that high, that 54% wanted the exclusives thing, right? I thought it would be like 15-20%. No, it's ridiculous. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's the same for this, that they don't want the logos. Fair enough. But like, for me, I prefer this. I prefer to know where it's going to be. So, but hey, I might be in the minority.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing when it comes to this. I don't know. Um, like for me, it's just hype as fuck that this game was even revealed. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that we're getting it is fire. Like I'm really pumped for it. You know, even when you look at the logo over here, it's pretty clear. Like Xbox Series X and S, Xbox on PC, Xbox console, big, bold. Like, hey, look at me. This is where it's at. Badge
Right.
on the side. Xbox Play Anywhere. And then you have these little tags. First one Steam, Epic Store, and then PlayStation. It's like a little tiny spot.
And if you look at the poll, it's actually going in that same direction. It's
Same
about the
shit.
same.
So the same
Same as
people.
the
So there's a
exclusive.
correlation, right? So I guess the thing is that those people who feel that way feel about it across the board. There's just no version of this that they want to see the other way. And you
Yeah.
know, the other people don't give a shit. I mean, look, you know, to each its own. Like it sucks because I just feel like you're not having as much fun as I am. You know what I'm saying? Like you are stressed about shit that is just really a nothing burger. You know what I'm saying? Like it has no bearing on your life and soul. And instead of just thinking about how dope this shit is and how dope it's gonna be, you know, you're worried about
But I mean, to
where the
answer
game's
that,
going.
like we're seeing direct evidence that people, even in this chat, are like, nope, we want it the other way. I think Xbox is going to have to respond, unfortunately, and do that, remove those logos, which again, I don't like that, but it is what it is. This whole thing is kind of weird. I didn't expect it to be that bad. I really didn't expect it to be that bad, that the majority really want it the other way. Like, holy crap. So if that's the case, then okay, they're going to have to do something. That's disappointing, but it is what it is, I guess.
I mean, maybe. I mean, that's the hard part, right? Because it's like, do you appease? I guess the group of people. Like, I guess if it wasn't there, right? Like, I wouldn't care either way. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's stupid. I don't like the idea of it not being there only to be revealed immediately on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're watching this live and you have your phone, like as soon as that sign pops up, fucking Wario's gonna post that it's coming on releasing this year on Xbox, PlayStation, everything, right? Like they say it immediately. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like there's no hiding it. Fucking Xbox does it right away to PlayStation. Right? As soon as PlayStation's event finishes, they say, look at all the games at the show that are coming to Xbox. Bam, 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 bam. Like, for what? For what? What does it do? I don't know. I don't think it does anything. All I
I mean, I
think it
suppose if
does
you
is
don't
push
care, then
the.
it's good that it goes away, right? It doesn't matter, right? If it's
I think
fine.
it sucks for
But
the developer, right? The most
yeah,
eyes
I tend
are
to agree with
here.
that. I would rather see them, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see what comes of this. I feel like the way Asha is moving, it's one of, I mean, it was always going to be one of two scenarios, but I feel like this can go one of two ways. One, she's doing all this other shit and making it very public and known that she's doing all these things. It's her decision. She's making it happen, right? To kind of obscure the conversation around exclusives, right? So, like, hey, look at all these things I gave you that you wanted. Look at this. I'm doing this. Haha. Woo, 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 woo. And then the conversation of exclusives just kind of sits there in no man's land while people still cry about it. But there's so much, hey, Asha did this out there that it buries that in the search fucking results. Or she is building up to the showcase where it's going to be a different story. I don't know. I don't know which way that's going to swing. But I will say that she's definitely edging to be known as the people's champ. You know what I'm saying? Like, she wants to be known as the person who heard the voices and, you know, took action. What is that action going to be? We will see. But yeah, frankly, it's like, I don't know. I just feel like this here, I knew it would be something. That's why I paused it as soon as it got here, right? Because I was like, I knew this is going to be some shit that pisses people off. And, you know, maybe it's worth just fucking taking it off and shutting up the people who are going to cry about it. But I feel like maybe that fucks up the deal with the devs, right? Maybe the devs are like, hey, yeah, we'll do this thing with you, but we want it to be, you know, maybe we want all of the logos to be there. You know what I'm saying? We'll do Xbox Play Anywhere, but we want everybody to know that we can get it. They can get it anywhere else as well. Like, you don't like those conversations that happen behind closed doors. They're all unique with each individual developer. And, you know, it all depends on what Xbox sees as important. And, you know, Metro is, no matter how you cut it, whether you're interested or not, Metro is a franchise that has existed for 16 years now. And it is a pretty big deal. And, you know, it's, for me, it means more that Xbox did this than the fact that they put that label down there. Like, imagine, let's flip the script. Okay, let's flip the script for a second. Let's say this was PlayStation revealing Metro 2039. I wonder what the narrative would be. Would it be that PlayStation went ahead and got this game and look at them killing it? And Xbox, another one Xbox let go. PlayStation got the marketing, right? Another one Xbox fumbled. They stepped on another rake. They should have got Metro.
And I wonder if they would have I think they would have Steam there, because I think I've seen that now on their trailers, right? When PlayStation puts out anything, they do actually show that Steam logo now.
Yeah, probably.
So they probably put the Steam in the Epic Store. They'll probably put those there. They probably just would skip Xbox. That's really it, right? So, yeah, interesting. I don't know. Like, you know, as far as like them getting games versus Xbox getting games, I don't know if that matters, but yeah, it's all they have now is third-party stuff on PlayStation, right? So they need to get as many of these things as they can. For Xbox, this is all kind of gravy. Look, they have so many of their own, right? There's enough hype with just their games. But yeah, it's good to get these things, right? It's good to get like, and this is why the showcase is going to be so interesting, because there's going to be first-party stuff and third-party stuff and second-party stuff that we probably don't know about, right? It's like there's so much potential. And Xbox is just like killing it. I love it. But
they are, man.
Yeah.
They are killing it. That's just the fact of what it is.
And just think that they couldn't fit this in Dev Direct, so they're giving us a separate Dev Direct, right? They call this a first look segment now, right? So they're giving us another Dev Direct-y type thing that they can just do throughout the year. And apparently there's going to be more of these. So very cool.
That's interesting. So you're saying that this is kind of like their version of third-party Dev Directs?
Yeah. There might even be focus on like the Jan Dev Direct would be first party, maybe, right? We'll see. Maybe they just kind of say, we'll just do first party stuff there, and we'll do third party stuff with these first looks. But that, I mean, they could still continue to do things. Usually they've had mix of first and third in their Dev Directs, but they do have a lot of content now, right? And it's like some way they have to look at saying, like, let's make the Jan Dev Direct just our stuff, because we have so much to talk about. And we'll kind of give the same level of look or time, but do it in a different venue and do these first looks, which is good. I think that's a good thing too, as well. So, you know, one of the cool parts about this is if you look at the way Asha's coming in and saying, you know, how do I keep Xbox in your thoughts, right? That's how you create the engagement with the platform, is just keep the news cycle going with Xbox. So like everything, like every week, every 2 weeks, every month, there's something going on that keeps Xbox in your head, right? It's like, oh, they did this and they did that, they did this, they announced this, they put this out and they put this out, right? That's the thing. And it seems like they just have something all the time now, right? That's a good thing. Like they kind of started that under Phil and Sarah as well, right? They had a lot of things, and now it's like, let's just ramp that up, right? So even in an off month, let's go ahead and put out a first look, right? And that way there's yet another thing that engages customers with yet another potential game, another dev direct. Like, these are great ideas, right? This is the way to go.
And it links it to Xbox, right?
Yeah,
it links
exactly.
it to Xbox. Because if they came out next month and did another one of these with another high profile game that's coming out that we weren't knowing, like that shit is just, you just fucking keep the ball rolling, man. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me real quick go here because I think let me get the homie Fillmore Pockets. Okay. Thank you, brother, for being here. He says, watch the Forza Horizon 6 PlayStation trailer and tell me it doesn't look like a first party PlayStation trailer. Okay. So what you're alluding to is that they put a trailer out for Forza Horizon 6 on PlayStation, and you're saying it looks like it's a first party PlayStation trailer. So this is what I would say to that. If you're releasing your game on, there's a PlayStation, first of all, hold on. There's a Horizon 6 PlayStation trailer? I didn't even know they did that yet. I mean, that's cool. But I didn't know they would. Why would they advertise it on PlayStation if it's not dropping until after? I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm just, sounds weird. I mean, I'm sure they did like the first reveal as like, hey, it is going to come to PlayStation. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking the idea. I have no idea. But I mean, that would be the goal, would it not? Like, you would want the game you're selling to look like it's part of that platform, so that platform, the players who own that platform would look at it that way, right? And buy it. Like, you're taking their money, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, the circumstance surrounding that doesn't matter. If you need PlayStation to come out and be like, yeah, we made that game. If you need them to lie, doesn't change anything. They're still going to get their 70% cut. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, I would just assume. He says yes, with no Playground logo and no publisher logo, just PlayStation branding.
Yeah, I just threw that trailer in the private chat. They do actually have one, and yeah, the end of it is really just all PlayStation logos.
Okay, hold on. Let me... Wait, is it here? Oh, yeah, here we go. Sorry. Here. All right, share this tab instead. First of all, goddamn, this Forza Horizon 6 look amazing, bro. Oh my god, that guy Don Swan or whatever the fuck his name is on Twitter. Holy shit, he puts up some amazing Forza videos. Like, that shit made me almost not want to play the game because I see how he plays it, and it's like, what the fuck am I doing when I play this game? Because I can't do none of that shit that he does. It's crazy how talented they are. Yeah, no publisher. No, nothing. I mean, but this is the thing, right? Like, they're not convincing people who don't have a PlayStation to go buy it on PlayStation, right? Like, right? Like, that's not happening, right? Nobody's confused. Like, if you have an Xbox, you're not like, hold the fuck on, what's that game on PlayStation? I'm about to go buy that shit over there. unless you have a PlayStation, right? And you're just choosing that. But like, if you're on Xbox, you're not actually doing that, right? I mean, am I right? Like Hargeet, help me here, bro. Like, is that what's happening?
Sorry, I was on mute. Like I like the whole point of advertising it for PlayStation is so PlayStation fans want to buy it, right?
Yeah.
It is interesting that it has none of the like, playground made the game type thing. That does seem a little odd, but I don't know. I'm not sure why it's like that, but does it hurt to say, Playground Xbox Game Studios? No, but
I mean, but maybe it hurts the game because, see, this is my thing. Okay, this is my new theory. By the way, I've been sitting on it for a while. But my new theory is that the PlayStation fanboys that are so obsessed with this idea are hit to the game, right? So the fanboys, when they think a game is from Xbox, they want to shut it down, even though it's coming on PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like what Xbox is doing is like, yo, scratch our names from that shit. Okay? Scratch our names from that shit. Just show them the game. They'll want the game. They'll buy the game. We don't need no credit. We don't need any of them to think it was us. Fucking put your name on it for all I care. We're just going to take the money. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that is, the version of it that makes more sense to do. Because I feel like if you eliminate that situation, then you end up getting more money from it. And I see you admit, I'm not saying they're ashamed. It's smart business, right? Like, when you're in sales, you're selling. There's no emotion involved. Let me just be clear with that 100%. Anybody who's ever sold anybody as their career, there's no fucking, it's not about ashamed of shit. It's about, what do I have to do to get the sale? That's all that matters. That's the only thing that will ever matter. So you listen to what your customer says and you let them sell themselves, right? So if they're sitting there in front of you, you're trying to sell them your game, and you sit there and before they start, they're telling you, man, fuck Xbox. I hate everything Xbox makes. I'm never going to buy an Xbox game. Fuck Xbox in the pie hole, right? It's not going to happen. I don't want them. I hate them. And then you show them this cool ass trailer with no Xbox footage. You're like, man, that's cool. I like that. I want to buy that. You're not going to be like, hey, by the way, that's an Xbox game. They'll be like, no, fuck that game. Xbox made it. It sucks. You know what I'm saying? No. Get the emotion out. That's right. Guys, we have to have a come to Jesus moment. Okay. There's a line that you guys got to start realizing. This shit ain't for you. This is about money. It's different. I get on your end the emotion of Xbox, what they're doing. Cool. But once we're there, we need to sell, right? We need to sell. That's the plan, right? If I'm putting it over there, I got to sell them. I'm in it to sell them. This is not who the fuck. There's no emotional tie here. They want the 70% that's going to come from every person that would have never bought their game. That's what they want. So yes, we need to fall back on this. You're not marketing on another person's console. PlayStation fans want PlayStation. If mentioning Xbox has the chance to fuck up the sale for you, then you don't fucking mention it. That's the fact. Everything else is emotion, bro. I'm telling you, I sold my entire life, bro. You're never going to do it. You're never going to do it. Never do it. Everything you're feeling, it's an emotion. It's not real. That's not how you would do it. If you had to sell that product, you would not do that. You say that right now, but if it was your money on the line that you were trying to make that money, you're not going to do that. You're not going to fuck up your own sale because you have some pride. Bro, come on, man. That's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works. No. Admit it is in the gutter to PlayStation people, and that's okay. They weren't going to buy your shit. Come on, man. Admit you're not going to convince a PlayStation player to buy your box anymore, bro. That ship is sailed, man. The games they want to play are not your first party. Amit, you know this, bro. Everybody deep inside, you know it. You know why? You know why? I hate to do this to you. And maybe it wasn't you 100%. And maybe I'm just thinking about in general, but you know that we have used that idea against PlayStation multiple fucking times. Nobody buys their box because of the exclusives. You can't look at them and say that and mock them and say the only people who buy that box only care about Fortnite and all that shit, and then think that you're gonna fucking convince them to buy these other fucking exclusives on Xbox or go buy an Xbox. You know that. You know everybody over there is there for Call of Duty, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, the shit that they can get anyway. You know that. Oh, Amit, God damn it. You fucking know that, bro. You're not talking to fucking core people. You're just trying to make it chill. You know what I'm saying? You're just trying to make it go buy my game. Don't worry about the other shit. You know when they'll see it? Amit, you know when they're going to see the fucking name? When they turn on the game. They're not going to delete it from the game. They're just taking it out of the marketing. That's how you bamboozle them. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, I already got your money, bitch. Guess what? You supported us. Ha ha ha. And then they drive. You know what I'm saying? It's just not necessary, bro. It's not not necessary. It's not necessary.
Seems like it's still going to divide the chat, though, like probably the same way. It's probably going to be 55-45.
Well, the logo thing has shifted. More no's than yeses. So more people.
Oh, really?
Not upset. Yeah, it flipped. It's 52-48 yes, 52 no.
Hey, maybe we convinced a few people.
let me tell you, in Bounty, I'm gonna tell you guys something, and I think this is where the confusion is. Bro, you guys know the reality is I probably have more Xboxes than 90% of you in the chat right now. Okay. I have at least 5 Series X's in my house and at least at least 3 Series S's. Okay. So like, I want you to understand, I am there. You're not selling these boxes to these other people who already have their box of choice. You're infiltrating them to sell them the drugs, not the fucking you don't care. You know what I'm saying? You just want them to buy the product. The product is not the box. The box is to move your product. The games are the product. The games are the product. When PlayStation people are looking at that fucking marketing, they don't care that they don't want it to be Xbox. They don't care. They just want to see the game. If you can seamlessly do that, that's all you need. Everything else is pride. I'm telling y'all, it doesn't matter. And it's so hard, bro. It's so hard because I don't want to keep repeating myself. All right. And I get it. I'm not trying to make you change your mind. Okay. I understand. You know it. Okay. You know that this stuff is the reality. You have a desire to see Xbox come out and be everywhere. I understand that desire that you have. I get it. Okay. They're making Helix for us, Bounty. They're not making it for fucking PlayStation players, my dude. You understand? There's 50 million people almost who own an Xbox. They're making it for that 50 million people to hopefully one day upgrade. This is what I'm saying. Like Xbox, Asha came out when she said return to Xbox. She didn't say I'm going to come over here to try to market Xbox to everybody else in the world. It's return to us, to the core. It's about us. They're doing what they're doing for us. For us. That's why there's a new console. For us. You're discrediting your own value. You chose Xbox. You are being taken care of. Stop worrying about that stupid fuck on PlayStation who doesn't want what you like. That's the point. Fuck the other dude who doesn't like the brand that you like. I just bought a fucking new car that I had to go get. If I'm not driving around looking at other people who didn't buy the same brand as I did, like, what is fucking wrong with you? You stupid fuck. God damn it. Car of my choice. Why didn't you mark it and get all these other cars off the street? I only want to see my brand on the street. No, man. No. Fuck them. I want Xbox to do what's best for us. For us. That's all you should care about. That's all Xbox should care about. You want them to spend money on other people. On other people. Imagine what you're asking. That's like going to your mom and dad and saying, listen, I know I need some new sneakers, but, you know, my friend Timmy, he needs some sneakers too. Can you spend your money on Timmy and not me? Fuck me. I'll keep wearing these broken shit. Go spend it on them. Fuck Timmy. I want my sneakers. Maybe some people feel emotional about that. I'd be like, oh man, poor Timmy. You know, okay, maybe that one makes people sad. But the point is, I want their investment in us to get us to stay here. Keep us engaged. Treat us like they're afraid to lose us, not worry about gaining some other motherfuckers who are never going to make this their primary platform. The group of people who are going to do that are very little when you're moving them over. I know you're thinking, well, the Xbox One and 360 times people swapped. Yes, they did. They're not doing it again, dog. They're not doing it again. They're not. I'm just saying, you can't ask both. You can't say, I see what you're saying, Amit. That's all I do care about. It's not. Because you're asking them to spend money elsewhere. I asked you guys a question earlier. You forgot that I'm in sales. So I don't ever do anything that's not on purpose. Okay. You guys all told me that you were happy with what they were giving you. You all told me that. You said, oh, I'm happy. I love it. Everything I'm happy with. The thing that you're unhappy about is how much money they're willing to spend on people outside of our ecosystem. Think about what you're saying, yo. Think about what you're saying. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, and you're not telling me that you're pissed about the amount of money they're willing to spend to convince other people to like what you like. Tell me I'm wrong. Hargeet, you too. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I just went and looked at other ones from other publishers, and they prominently have their logos there.
Of course they do.
So I don't know. It does seem kind of weird that they didn't have even Playground. Just the developer. They didn't even have that.
So let me ask you a question.
That just seems odd.
Don't you think that if Xbox was all in on being a third-party publisher, that they would be promoting their stuff like crazy? Did you ever think that maybe Xbox is actually doing the opposite and trying not to constantly push themselves on another platform so that people don't associate Xbox with putting their games on PlayStation, and instead they're just letting the games go do the talking and focusing Xbox on Xbox people. Did we ever think that?
I don't know if I buy that either. I don't. I think it's just kind of weird. It's just different.
If you had to put an
I don't think I've ever seen
explanation
that before.
on it, if you had to give an explanation, does it not make sense if they're trying to focus more on Xbox being Xbox, right? And PlayStation being PlayStation, but still not give up the goose and lose the money they get from putting their games on there? Wouldn't it be the perfect thing to not associate Xbox, the name, with putting games on PlayStation, and instead they're just letting the games go over there and you buy them? And yes, you'll see it when the logo happens, but they're not marketing us. They're not marketing Xbox on PlayStation.
Well, here they're not marketing at all. That's PlayStation marketing, and
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They're marketing the game.
So
the game is going to be bought by PlayStation people. They don't need to market Xbox. They don't need to market Playground Games, because they're not trying to court PlayStation people to loving Xbox. They want PlayStation people to open their wallets and buy the game.
I mean, it's up to them to do whatever they want. I'm just saying it is out of the ordinary. It is not a normal thing that you see. Almost always the developer is there. So, and usually the publisher is there too. But whatever.
We have a question from our boy Bounty. So do you think that the Xbox hardcore is enough for Xbox to satisfy us and not the casual who is going to PlayStation? Okay, so this is what I would say. The casual already exists on Xbox. They're not all on PlayStation. There's a lot more casual players than there are hardcore players across the board in every space. So, yes, I do think the hardcore is enough, because the hardcore has been the hardcore all the entire time. They're not. Hargy, how much do they make on Game Pass?
Supposedly $5 billion. That might have shifted though when they went to $30. I have no idea.
Okay,
that's
so $5 billion plus. Okay,
Yeah.
$5 billion plus they make just on Game Pass from the hardcore, right? If you're a Game Pass subscriber, even if you don't play a shit ton of games, you are at least in the realm of hardcore, because you are investing every single month on gaming no matter what, versus people who buy one game every once in a while.
I'll caution that part of Game Pass is the lowest tier, which gives you online access. All of them give you online access, but you need to have online access to play those like COD games or something like that, right? So there might be a lot of subscribers that just have the lowest tier just to do that. So I don't know how much that is, but just an FYI, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say at the end of the day, Xbox, again, I can only go based off of what Asha said, right? And what Asha said was that she is returning a focus on to Xbox, right? Return to Xbox, not I'm going to go out and market to the world. It is I'm returning to Xbox. I'm returning to our core. I'm returning to the people who love Xbox, right? That's us. They also said that we're still going to meet the players where they are. That's what she said, right? So that's what we're going based off. I do think we're enough, 100%. There's not even a doubt in my mind. Again, consoles are being sold every month, right? More people are coming into the ecosystem every month. It's happening without fail. There hasn't been a goose egg month where 0 people can't come into the ecosystem. Again, even places like Japan, no zeros. Always somebody, right? Always someone to do it. Okay. That's the reality. We got Amit says, see money that only applies if Xbox was just a publisher. They're also a platform storefront that they have to bring in users to. It doesn't cost anything to add a logo to a trailer, LOL. But again, I feel like you guys want to ignore what I said, and maybe you're just ignoring, or maybe you're not ignoring. Maybe you're saying it because you don't agree, and you can tell me that too. But does it not make sense that if Xbox was not trying to increase the look of them being a third-party publisher, and they in fact just wanted to go ahead and have their cake and eat it too, right? Where they can go ahead and be a focused Xbox platform that markets to Xbox players and owners and all this shit, while also letting their games go and be sold without going ahead and having their name associated with the marketing of it. I mean, nobody's buying the game because it says Xbox on it, but there are people who will judge the game because it says Xbox on it. That's for goddamn sure. 100%. Right? You're on social media, you know that to be true. Right? So that's the reality of what it is. So listen, we don't know the answer. We don't know why that particular game was marketed that way. We don't know if this is the way forward, or if this is just because Forza is so huge that they wanted to not have any possible deterrence, or whatever the case. We don't fucking know. Maybe Xbox wants PlayStation to market Forza as a replacement to Gran Turismo, and just to become the de facto car game over there. Who the fuck knows, right? We don't know 100% why. But I will say, for me, I don't really feel I really don't feel like going ahead and worrying about what they're doing elsewhere matters, right? What I feel like the best marketing they could do is having happy customers, right? Happy people who are buying their games, playing their games, subscribing to Game Pass, you know, talking about how excited we are to experience these things. That to me is the absolute, you know, best way to get people excited. That's how you sell more boxes, because more excited people tell more people, right? If there's more cool posts on Twitter talking about, you know, how they play this game. Thanks, Xbox, for sending me this copy of this game, and I played it. Oh, it's so dope. You have people doing all this shit. That's, for me, that's the zeitgeist moment, right? That's the thing that happens. It makes change when you focus on the people, the players that are here, not spending all your time trying to court other people and hope that something happens. That's not our problem. They can see that they got too caught up in that. That is the very thing, by the way, that happened with This Is an Xbox. That entire marketing was about trying to tell people, hey, we're everywhere. You should all interact with Xbox however you can, right? They lost focus on the box. Like who owns the box? The box is important, right? They lost, quote unquote, lost focus of that with that type of marketing. This is bringing everybody back to what matters, right? Your core. If you have a core that's happy, if you have a core that's out there going ahead and fucking busting their ass, fucking enjoying gaming and spreading the good word, right? Word of mouth is fucking key, bro. So if you invest in them, then you're good. Then it will grow, right? You invest in your core and it will grow naturally. Spending that money on marketing to people who have no intention of coming over, it's a waste of money, bro. We've seen this shit. It's a waste. All right, we got to take a quick commercial break because our motherfucking boy Spartan 661 is not fucking around. He said, you know what? I'm going to fucking lock in my name on this goddamn list next month. April's almost over. I need to lock it in. Our boy Spartan 661 went ahead and gifted 50 more. 50 motherfucking more On Point for Gamer memberships. Shout out to my motherfucking homie, Spartan661. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Y'all know what to do. Put the motherfucking welcome to the family emoji in the chat. Welcome our newest members, man. We appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. And of course, our boy, motherfucking Spartan661. Thank you so much for that support, bro. It means a lot to us. It really, really does. So thank you, brother. If you're in the chat right now, go ahead and give this man his roses. Find the FB emoji. Go over there. Click it. Give him the FBs in the chat. He needs it. You need to show him that love. Guys, thank you for doing that. Spartan, you're the motherfucking man. Thank you, my brother. Let me lock this bitch right into the fucking banner. We can't fuck around over here. Spartan661 said, fuck 50. We're going to a hundo. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, my brother. Very, very kind of you. All right. El Rey Tito says you can't forget your core. That's the thing, right? Like, understand everything else that's being talked about has nothing to do with the core Xbox fan. It's not. Nothing. Marketing. Hagit, am I wrong? How they market a game to other people, does that have anything to do with what they're doing core for you on the core?
I mean, probably not. I don't know. It shouldn't, I suppose. I mean, if it's something you see on a PlayStation YouTube channel or a Nintendo YouTube channel, I guess it shouldn't. So whatever.
Right? Doesn't have anything to do with you, right? So the core is the key. And I think that's the best thing.
I mean, like nobody else does that though. It's weird. Like I just watched MLBs on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
There's Sony logos everywhere.
Yep. But Sony also doesn't give any of their games to their subscribers on any of their tiers. They don't invest in new games. They don't invest in anything.
Talking straight trailers, and it's just interesting that Xbox is the only one doing this weird thing.
So let's see if we look at the weird things Xbox do, and then balance that with the positives that Xbox does, versus PlayStation doing all these cool trailer name drops so that everybody knows it's PlayStation, but the PlayStation core audience gets no games, no services, no bitches. I
don't really care about all that. I'm just talking. It's the same thing. I don't care about their sales. I'm just talking about a standard practice that Xbox doesn't do. It's just weird.
Listen, I get it. I think maybe weird, but Spartan, appreciate you, my dude. Thank you so much, brother. I just think ultimately, I just want them to focus on us, the core. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I want all the goodies for us. I want all their dollars focused on us. I don't want to hear, hey, we had to, not get this first party game because we spent too much money on marketing.
Well, I mean, my answer to that is different than everybody else's answer, and my answer, and nobody likes it, but it is what it is. So my answer is fuck cloud, get it out of here. I don't give a shit. Take that shit out of there. Have people pay for it if they want it. I don't give a shit. Stop wasting $1 billion+ on that shit and Game Pass and give me my games. I would much rather spend $1 billion on AAA games than fucking cloud. But I mean,
the problem
nobody seems to like that answer. So it's like, okay.
I use cloud all the time, so
I don't give a shit. Take your cloud and fuck it. Don't care.
That's why the balance, though. So I mean, they could take it out of the other tiers. They should put it. Take it out of the other tiers. It just leave it in Ultimate. Ultimate is Ultimate. Ultimate has everything. Take it out of the other tiers. I don't give a fuck what's in anything that I want
day and date. I want day and date. So I would say take cloud altogether out and say charge $15 a month for that. Charge $15 a month for cloud access. Enjoy.
I mean,
like I don't care.
I mean, they invested so much that would kind of be silly.
Why?
But,
Why?
Well, because they want the usage, they want to put it to use.
Then let people pay for it. Why are you asking me to subsidize it?
I mean, I think it's just like a
said.
bundle, right?
I want games.
Like that's like saying, well, you only want the games that you want in the service. Like, oh, I don't like this game, so take it out. I don't want to pay for that game.
I don't care about that.
You're paying for
absolutely have all
everything.
The games you want. No problem. Have all the games you want. Just games. Game Pass should be games. That's it.
See, so this is my problem with that scenario. So what you're saying is you rather take something away from the core gamer because there are people like me who use it than to say fuck the logo on another site, like on another trailer. You know what I'm saying? Like that and make sure you mark it over there. So like you rather have them spend money elsewhere than to just give me as many options as possible.
I don't know where you're getting any of that. I'm just saying.
What do you mean?
I'm talking
about the stance logos? On, you know, them not marketing right to these other people, you know, wanting to be in all these other places, right? Like, I don't think it makes sense to take anything away from the core.
Germany.
The what?
Like that kind of thing? You mean like market to Germany or market to France? Is that what you mean? I'm not.
Yeah. To like spend money elsewhere for the hopes of something happening. Mm-hmm. That's possibly just throwing the money away versus literally taking away options from us. Again, under Ultimate, I don't give a fuck what they do, but Ultimate, I should not lose anything. I should have everything they offer no matter what. That's what Ultimate is. Like, that's the name. They can't be Ultimate Plus. Ultimate is Ultimate. Ultimate has everything.
Then they need to have a tier that's $20 that has all the day and dates, all the stuff that's games and not stupid cloud.
Yeah. Have a $20 premium, have all the day one games except for COD, right? That's
no,
it. That's all
COD.
you get.
I'm not giving up on COD.
Oh, they're gonna
all this bullshit of like, oh, we should just get rid of COD. No, this is a campaign that they're making us accept that we should just lose COD. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna hold the line. No, COD should be.
I mean, I'm holding the line for Ultimate. I don't really care what they have in other ones, but
no, I wanted it in my day and date tier. Wherever it has no cloud, give me all my day and dates, including COD. I'm not gonna like give up on it. Screw them.
I mean, yeah, sure, that's fine. Whatever. For me, they could just put it everywhere. I don't care. I wouldn't say take anything out, right? So for me, exactly. I don't think we need to take anything out, inclling cloud. It should all just be part of it.
I have no interest in cloud.
It doesn't make any sense though, because they already have
a lot of money, dude.
But
what was it?
Isn't it $20? 20 or what? What's premium? What's premium?
Premium is $15.
$15. Gotcha.
Yep. No day and dates.
No day and dates, except on PC for the same price.
Well, no, PC Game Pass is a totally separate tier, and that's $16.50, and that gives you day and date everything, including COD.
But they don't get cloud.
Correct, which is the extended expense that you get with Ultimate. Is the stupid?
So
cloud.
they should have a matching tier for people who don't want cloud.
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
Sure. You know, listen, Ultimate and then everything a la carte underneath. I really don't care. Whatever makes people happy, that's the least of their fucking worries. They need to just keep people happy. They're obviously going, like, we got to let her cook. She already said that Game Pass is getting looked at. We don't know what that's going to mean. All I want, my definitive answer, where I won't like make us think about it, is you leave what I already have alone in Ultimate. I pay Ultimate, I get everything I get. If you come back and tell me that I'm losing shit and I'm not gaining anything in its place, that's bullshit. Even if they lowered the fucking tier to $25, but they started taking shit out, fuck them. That will piss me the fuck off. So Ultimate
including
is
COD,
ultimate.
right?
Including
COD,
oh,
right?
they
So
better not take
you'd
out
want to
fucking
keep COD,
COD.
right?
Oh no,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
better not touch COD. Ultimate
Yeah.
has everything. Everything. You never remove, you only add. If they want to give me more in Ultimate, give me more. Cool. Make my $30 worth more to me. Fantastic. The moment you take something away from me, now you change the idea of what we're talking about here. Then you're fucking me, right? Which is what they did with Call of Duty when they told me I should be okay buying skins in Black Ops 6 because in Black Ops 7 it was going to work, and then they fucked
Right.
me and took it away. So then I don't spend another dollar there. So what I would say is Xbox, be cool, don't be uncool. Leave my Ultimate alone. You want to add, you add. You want to make lower tiers that are different, you do that. You don't fuck with it. The only thing that's acceptable is give me exactly what I get and or more at a lower price. If you want to come back and be like, listen,
I'm actually
Maya
curious
Koopa.
if we add that. So the logo thing, by the way, is at 50-50. Let's see if we add a poll. It says, if they add a $20 tier that has everything of Ultimate except Cloud, would you be good? Would you go with that? And keep Ultimate at
I think that's
$30.
probably unanimous. I don't think we have a lot of Cloud users in here.
Well,
Maybe
let's
we
find
do.
out.
Let's find
Let's
out.
find
Fuck
out.
it.
We were shocked to find out how many people want the exclusivity. I was shocked. I didn't think it was going to be that high.
Well, I was shocked. I wasn't shocked. Like if we were on another person's show, I would be like, yeah, that checks out. Here, I was shocked because I figured most people don't watch us. That, like, I feel like most people who watch me are in the similar vein as where I am, because I've had so many people who fucking, cried and left because I'm not doing the shit that they want. But let's see. Oh shit. Hold on. What did I just do? Oh, wrong shit. All right, hold on. Would you downgrade to premium if it gave you all games minus Cloud? All right. So would you go down to premium if you had all day and date, all games minus the Cloud? So for me, the answer is no. I keep Ultimate because I use Cloud so much. Just because of where it is. Like I have the handheld that's not Cloud, but I don't always have it with me, right? So if I go ahead and if I'm just literally, I have this little fucking, I showed it to you guys before, that it's a little thing like this, and then you flip it up and like it sits up and it holds your phone and it has like a controller underneath. I keep that shit with me all the time, no matter where I am. And yeah, if I'm out, I just fucking boom, put it on there, play Cloud, play my shit. I would never, ever, ever give it up. But I understand not everybody has that type of situation where it behooves them to have that. So, yeah, and for me, honestly, under Ultimate, they could do whatever they want. If they want to do it a la carte, which she alluded to, right? She alluded to having a more flexible thing later on, longer term. Short term, they're going to try to create new ways to get into Game Pass that are cheaper. You might end up with only first-party games as an option with no third parties. And you might have, all third parties with no first parties. And then who knows? I don't know. There's just so many possible options. But, that's.
Yeah, so there's a question
we'll find out.
Maybe. So do you lose Play Anywhere without Cloud? No, Play Anywhere is a construct for the back end for any game. So it does not have to be a Cloud thing at all. So you can.
No, so that's like
anywhere.
If you have console, PC, a handheld that is native,
Yeah, it'll just sync the back end for you, right?
Yeah,
So it's basically
that's all.
the storage of your save, the syncing of that across all of them. The entitlement is available to you across all the platforms.
What you
So that
lose with Play Anywhere is the ability to play your games on your phone, on your TV, on a Amazon Fire Stick, on your tablet, any place else that you play that does not have native capability, you will lose that with cloud. Obviously, be gone.
unless you pay for an additional tier that just not a tier, unless you go to Ultimate, which would include it, or you just pay for cloud access separately, just like you do with GeForce. You just
They should
pay for
also
cloud
just have a cloud tier. I think would probably be smart.
Yeah, I think there should just be a not Game Pass, just cloud access. Xbox, I think they're going to call it Xbox Now. Just pay for Xbox Now, and you can just pay for that, and you don't even have to have Game Pass. You can just say, "I buy Call of Duty, and I want to play
That's for
it."
Xbox Play Anywhere games,
Right? So you just say, "Yeah,
Mhm.
I have Xbox Now, so my TV can play it, and I just buy the 2 games I want, and they're available, and I can just stream them." Fair enough, right? You don't have to get Game Pass. Fair enough. Right?
Bounty ask, is remote play considered cloud? I would say no. Cloud is if your
is not.
game is stored on the cloud. Remote play is your console is
it's free.
your
It's free to
cloud.
you.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Yeah.
yours. So no.
Yeah, that's free to you. That's free to you. Remote play is free to you.
Yeah, I just for me, like I'm subscribed to a whole bunch of shit just for the odd chance that I want to use it. Like TV channels, I have all that shit, right? Apple, all that crap. I don't watch all of them all the time. I mostly use Netflix, right? But if I end up fucking hearing about a show somewhere, I don't want to have to go subscribe for a month or some bullshit. I just go and I fucking watch it, right? Like that's just me, right? So I would hate, like, if I'm ever in a situation where it's like, damn, I could be playing my game right now. I don't have my handheld, but I have my phone, and I have moment right now. I'm free and I can't play. I would be so mad if I couldn't play. And remember, remote play is cool, but that you have to have the game downloaded. So if you don't have the game downloaded, then you can't remote play that game. You know what I'm saying? So if you're in a pickle, or if you have like 10, 15 minutes that you want to play something and you're not home, and you're like, oh, this new game just dropped into Game Pass. I'm not home. I can't go download it, but I have a few minutes. I want to play it. You just stream that bitch right there. Fucking call it a day. Woo. It's beautiful. Beautiful. It's lovely. All right. Listen, I don't know what this show has been wild. Okay. We were going to talk about the Starfield mess. We were going to talk about the fucking Asha's, the Game Pass. I feel like we talked about that for sure in here, but we were going to talk about the Game Pass thing, and then her new kind of statement that got leaked, and then we were going to talk about the Matt Booty thing. But I think we're going to move all that shit to Tuesday because it's fucking 1:00 in the morning. And listen, we're not on a real schedule here. All right. We just we have topics, we talk, and we figure it out. And I think we crushed it. All right. Now, 64% is saying yes, that they would fucking abandon ship and say fuck Ultimate. They would downgrade. So, 34% says, or 36% says no, they're gonna stay Ultimate. But that makes sense anyway, right? Like by definition, like if you offer somebody an option that is in line with what they have, then yeah. Vince C also makes a good point. He says xCloud is only available in less than 30 countries. So Ultimate doesn't work for people. I mean, it does work, but you're basically getting that, extra thing that you can't use for a good amount of people. So, but Ultimate is Ultimate. Can't take it away. So just give them a tier without it, and that makes sense. Well, guys, this is where we're going to wrap it up, man. We had quite the show, quite the conversations. Shout out to the homies who are here with us live. Shout out to the 50% of people who don't agree with me still coming to rock out with us. It's the fuck I'm talking about. You guys are the real ones.
Yeah.
So thank you. Appreciate it. Of course, everybody who does agree with me, thank you for being here as well. You guys are the shit. All right. So shout out to you guys. Appreciate y'all. Remember, we will be back Tuesday night, 8 p.m. Thursday, we should have our regular show. Friday, we might not be having the show again because I got the work thing again. So I don't think it's gonna happen because I'll be traveling possibly. So yes, we'll see. We'll see as it gets closer. Maybe we could do a Saturday night show. I don't know 100%. I will have to see. But that being said, of course, my boy Hargeet, thank you, my brother, for being here, man. Appreciate you. Love doing the show with you. Great fucking back and forth discussion. Yeah. Awesome times, man. Let everybody know where to find you, what you got going on, bro.
Yeah, you can check out my channel. It's HargeetJohnny1 on YouTube and shop.johnny.us if you want to pick up my book and my merch. And then I'll be on with Web Dave tomorrow. So check that out, 7 p.m. US Eastern. And we'll have, I think Luke will be on, Luke Lore from
he just did an interview with Cliff Blazinski.
Yeah, he did several. He did what you call it, Seamus Blackley and Ed Freese. And also Cliff Blazinski, like back to back. So check those out. They're really great. The Seamus Blackley one was very interesting. I don't know if you checked that one out. He had some interesting things to say about where things are going. Definitely watch those. They're really good. Nice. But yeah, check those out. And yeah, so we'll have him on. And I think we have Silent. Is it Silent Cypher? I think that's who else is going to be on. So yeah, check that out. We'll have some fun.
Nice. Well, guys, thank you all again for rocking out with us. We appreciate you. Thank you for everybody who super chatted and everybody who gave memberships. Our boy Spartan crushed it out here with 100 gifted. He's the man. Appreciate you guys. All right, man. Well, actually, let me just make sure I update that shit too over here. Yeah, shout out to all you guys. You guys are the shit. Thank y'all so very much. Appreciate y'all. And with that, we're going to go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Duda! We're done. Until next time, you're intruding.